1 2. Check 1 2. Weka line. Check 1 2. Weka line. Check 1 2. Saizi. Fika mwisho hapa. Tuko mwisho. Iko katikati. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check mic. Check mic. Check mic. Check mic. Iko mwisho hapa. Hapo iko katikati iko sawa. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Keep communicate. Check 1 2. Kim, let your cable ya aux. Your cable ya auxiliary. Zile zetu zile ziko na nini mbili. Ile converter.
One two one two 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Kim 1 2 1 2 1 2 Kim. One two one two one two one two one two. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic test 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 hello 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 eh. One two 1 2 1 2 iko mwisho hapo. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
All right. Good morning. How are you all doing? I hope you are fine and looking forward for this wonderful and I can say auspicious day. So welcome to this is the 4th annual National SDG Multi-Stakeholders Youth Pre-Conference. I hope the sound is good. And this is actually the 4th one. The first one happened in 2022, and now we are here in 2025, and we're looking forward for your great deliberations as we look forward for the National Multi-Stakeholder Conference on SDGs in December. So before we kick off, I'll want to request us to be upstanding for the national anthem and also the East African national anthem. Media team, you can just signal me if you're ready, as we sing the national anthem. All right.
Mungu nguvu yetu. Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can be seated. All right, so as I highlighted, this is the National Annual Multi-Stakeholder Conference and Conference on SDG for the Youth. And we're going to look forward for a whole day of deliberation, discussions, debates, hard questions, and also fun discussions as we get to have a conversation asking ourselves, where are we heading to? And we're just under 5 years to SDGs 2030, the vision that was framed in 2015. I think when they were framing up in 2015, 2030 looked like it was so far. But now we are just under 5 years to 2030. And as the youth, we have come to ask ourselves, what are we doing? So this is a conversation we're going to ask ourselves. What are you doing from where you are? What is the exact support that you need from where you are? But most importantly, what can we do collaboratively so that we can be able to escalate and achieve these goals before 2030? I know for sure by 2030 we will not be there, but we should be somewhere. And we have a few objectives. One of the few objectives that we have for this conference, we have 5 clear objectives that I just wanted to highlight. Number 1, we want to reflect on Kenya's progress and gaps in implementing the SDGs over the past decade. Number 2, we want to provide a platform for youth to analyze key thematic issues, including climate action, gender equality, innovation, governance and economic inclusion. Number 3, we want to strengthen youth capacity on SDG localization, reporting, and accountability mechanisms. And number 4, we want to develop youth-driven recommendations and action points to be presented at the annual multi-stakeholders conference that is coming up next month. And then we also want to mobilize and inspire youth networks to contribute meaningfully to the Rest to 2030 campaign in Kenya. And some of the expected outcomes from this conference is as follows. Number 1, we want to have a youth declaration on the SDGs, outlining recommendations and commitments by the young people. And number 2, we also want to strengthen capacity of youth leaders on SDG reporting, accountability, and storytelling. We also want to have increased youth awareness of national care policy, climate frameworks, and digital transformation opportunities. Also, we want to see stronger partnerships between youth networks, civil society, governments, and private stakeholders. And lastly, we want to have concrete inputs from youth and from yourselves, from me and you, that will inform deliberations at the annual multi-stakeholders conference this coming year in 2025, next month. And we just want to also recognize key partners and stakeholders who have been able to bring us here. We have SDGs Kenya Forum, which is actually hosting us in this place in collaboration with Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung. That was a hard name. I took a lot of time to practice. That is the FES. We have the Champions for SDGs Youth, the National Youth Council. We have a representative. And we also have the United Disabled Persons of Kenya. We have Center of Multiparty Democracy and the International Economic Partnerships, and also the Frameworks Coordination Directorate from the State Department for Economic Planning. And these are the key stakeholders who are helping us to have this conversation today. So we look forward to making this fun, making this more youthful, but coming out with key deliberations that will inform our conversations going forward. So before we continue, we deliberately didn't have someone to help us with the entertainment, but we want to open it up. If you're here, you are any spoken word artist here? Arts for Change? Any guys in the art space? Okay, Arnold, we don't have someone from the art space. We don't have someone who is a spoken word artist. Kwani mnafanyanga? Austin, you cannot give a spoken word. Okay, if you're here and you can give a spoken word, I can do that, but it will not go well with my soul. But if you're here, you can give a spoken word. This is an opportunity for you. Please come see me or see Arnold, and then we'll be able to slot you for a session. But right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear some remarks from the SDGs Kenya Forum. We'll also be hearing remarks from the Champions for SDGs Youth, just to give us an opening remark. So right about now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to help me put your hands together as I invite Arnold Gikonge, who is the CEO for Champions for SDGs Youth, to give a remark on why youth are supposed to be key, especially in implementing the SDG towards Vision 2030. So put your hands together and help invite Arnold. Welcome, Arnold.
Thank you very much. How are you all today? Are you excited for the pre-conference? Yes, so am I. So as has been said, my name is Arnold Gikonge. I lead the youth organization that is called Champions for SDGs. Maybe some of you have met me or I've met you before. And it's nice to meet you again if we've met before. But if we haven't met, it's a pleasure to meet you today. So I'm delighted to see so many young people able to join this pre-conference, whereby we'll be able to reflect how have we been doing as far as SDGs are concerned over the past year, and what recommendations do we have for the coming year on how we can work better with other stakeholders across the country to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. You already know that we only have 5 years to the deadline. But that is barely 4 years, actually. What can we be able to do to make a difference during this remaining time? And there is this very important principle that is enshrined in the SDGs that is called Leave No One Behind. How are we putting that to practice and ensuring that we work with everybody, regardless of different factors? How are you working with other young people in the community who are making a difference? I know most or all of you are engaged with different organizations. Probably you're running a certain project, you're running an organization, and in one way or another, you are actually already contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals. Even though you haven't aligned yourself to it, or if you haven't contributed to the Voluntary National Report, which is the official document that shows the progress that you are making on the Sustainable Development Goals. So today I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you, your experiences and your recommendations. And I encourage you to take this opportunity to share with your colleagues, network, and find other people who are doing things for which you can collaborate on, so that we can collectively advance the Sustainable Development Goals. Champions for SDGs, in collaboration with the SDGs Forum and other key stakeholders, have been hosting this pre-conference for 4 years. This is the 4th year. But before that, we used to have the national conference, the one that we are preparing for now. And no such gathering used to take place. But there's a young man called Ezra Yego. That time he was at Strathmore University. And I was also a young champion for the SDGs who managed to attend one of the conferences. And when giving recommendations, we thought that could we ask that more young people can be brought to the main conference. But we are told sometimes it's so hard because of the logistics involved, the travel, all the costs. Then we said, could we have a pre-conference whereby young people come together and reflect, just in the same format as the main conference, and then the outcome is taken to the main conference where all the other stakeholders are. Then the SDGs Forum and other organizations agreed to support and began hosting the pre-conferences in 2022. And that is why today you see that we are able to have this conversation again today in the lead up to the main conference, which is later this month. Maybe some of you might be participating in it, but the fact that you've made it here to this pre-conference means that you're actually part of the process of the main conversation. And I congratulate you for that. I love to connect with all of you. You can learn more about me or about Champions for SDGs by just looking for Arnold Gekonge on LinkedIn, or you can find my colleague Johnson. Johnson, if you can stand up and so that they can see you. Johnson Nongani is my colleague in the finance department, and we have various members represented here. We look forward to continuing to share and engage. Just to highlight, again, I encourage you to use the online and digital platforms to notify other young people who have not been able to come here today that we are live on YouTube. They can follow the conversation, but still, they can still join on Microsoft Teams. And all of you have access to that information. You just need to go to the invitation email that you received, check all resources related to this event, and then you'll see a document with all those links, the live stream, the Microsoft Teams, and other important documents like last year's voluntary national report and the Pact for the Future. In case you do not have access to that, feel free to reach out to me. I'll be seated right there. Asante sana and all the best today.
All right, a round of applause again for Arnold. Yeah, that's very important. So please, if your colleagues are not here, you can just be able to share the link. We have the link. If you go to the email, click the link on important links, go there. You'll get a live stream link and also the Teams link. You can share with them. They can also follow this conversation from where they are. Now, right about now, I'm going to invite Jamila. If you go to the email, click the link on links, go there. You'll get a live stream link and also the Teams link. You can share with them. You can also follow this conversation from where. All right, it's good. I've been listening to myself. So thank you so much. Welcome, Jamila. Jamila is going to give opening remark on behalf of Florence Yvonne. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Okanda. Good morning, everyone. Morning once again. So my name is Jamila Sambuli. I work at SDGs Kenya Forum. We're a membership organization that brings together various CSOs, various CBOs to work on the different SDGs. And I'll be very brief. So mine is just to thank you so much for coming to support, coming to attend this meeting. And as was previously mentioned by Okanda, we've had this meeting for a series of 4 years. And the outcomes of these meetings normally lead up to the annual SDGs Multi-Stakeholder Conference, which will be at the end of this month. So, of course, what we do is, since we can't facilitate every youth, we bring together youths before the conference so that they can discuss, they can share their experiences, they can share their insights, and then, of course, also just give recommendations, and this feed into the multi-stakeholder conference. And for that conference, we usually have a variety of different stakeholders. So we have stakeholders from the government, stakeholders from the private sector, stakeholders from academia, media, and it's normally important just to give in the youth perspective. So yeah, just thank you so much. And of course, just to thank again our partners, Champions for SDGs, FES, I don't say it in full, but yeah, FES, United Disabled Persons of Kenya, UDPK, Center for Multiparty Democracy, CMD, and I hope I've not forgotten anyone. I know we also have the National Youth Council present. And yeah, thank you so much and looking forward to the fruitful deliberations. So, yeah, kind of.
Great, we're going to put our hands together again for that wonderful opening remark. Now, before we go further, we just want to hear our understanding of the SDGs. You know, we can be talking about big English here. Someone is asking, what are those things those guys are talking about? SDGs. SDGs, what are those? You know, they have beautiful colors here. I just want to hear some voices in the room. What do you understand by SDGs? In the layman's understanding, what is SDG? And what SDG goal are you championing in your space? So we'll just want to hear some remarks from on the ground, like 3, 4, and then we'll stop there and then we'll come back again. Because next we want to have some moment to reflect on the SDGs journey. And we're going to ask ourselves, how well do we know SDGs? So I don't know if we have any volunteers. You just want to tell us your name, which organization you're representing, and then tell us what is SDG in the most simplest way that our class 4 child will be able to understand. And then tell us, from where I come from, I'm championing SDG number whatever. And you tell us what that SDG means to you and to your community. So we have a mic. Any volunteers? Because this should be a conversation. Yeah, I can see a hand here. I can see your hand. Any other person? I'll pick 4. Yes, I can see your hand. And then, yeah. Yes? I can see your hands, your eye. And I can still see your hand. All right, wanaume, msiniangusha tafadhali. Okay, let's go.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Albert Winfred Maina, a champion from Growth Kenya. And SDG mainly means Sustainable Development Goals. And at Growth Kenya, we are championing goal number 5, that is gender inequality, ensuring that there is equal opportunities in the spaces. In like that, kukiwa na spaces kwa ground, kila mtu ako represented. Isikue because of the gender, women are neglected or men are neglected in other spaces. We ensure equal opportunity to the young women in our communities. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. A round of applause to her. All right, there was a hand here. Here. All right.
I'm sorry, but I have to stand so that you can all see me. So, my name is Helen Nadine, and this is my sign name. In the deaf culture, we all have to have a sign name. So, I don't have an organization, but I came under the UDPK. My SDG, we all know the meaning of SDG, so Sustainable Development Goals. So for me, I picked SDG number 4 and also SDG number 13. So number 4, the area of quality education, where we all know we all must get quality education. We have the right to access quality education. Under quality education, I advocate for quality education for PWDs, persons with disabilities, because the learning curve for the PWDs is always different compared to the normal people. So that is my area of interest. And the other one is the climate change action. We try to see how the persons with disabilities suffer and when that weather changes, and also, that's all. Thank you.
All right, a round of applause for her. That's so beautiful work that she's doing. Right, Sioi, your hand was up, and then we'll come to the gentleman seated right here.
Wow, I am mesmerized. That was wonderful hearing from her. So my name is Precise Sioi. I'm the current co-chair of the European Union Youth Sounding Board, and I champion for SDG number 8, which is decent work and economic growth for youth, because you can have a decent job without the economic growth part. So I'm always saying youth deserve equal pay. And one thing I always say is there's always the issue of tokenism, but be careful. Sometimes someone may refuse to pay you in the name of tokenism. So decent work and economic growth for youth and equal pay.
Lovely. A round of applause for Sioi. Good. There's a gentleman here. And then we'll do another round later on.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Brian Matara. I'm representing Act for Food, Act for Change. I'm a representative of Kenya. Actually, what I understand about Act for SDGs is that this is a global or maybe a target that one seeks to achieve. And among all that we know, the 17 SDGs, they are broken down to all those SDGs so that we can be able now to tackle each one of them. That is my layman understanding of SDGs. So at Act for Food, we champion for zero hunger, that is SDG 2. We are also championing for SDG 13, that is climate change. And what I mean by zero hunger is that we have to impact our food systems from wherever we are, because this is the kind of food we consume. This is the kind of supplements that we get in the body each and every day. So for us to move, I think we also need all the 17 SDGs, but it will be equally important to understand that the food systems, the choices we make in our foods is something that is driving us onto attaining food security. So this time around, we're doing a campaign on Indigenous Foods campaign, and I hope to get everyone on board. Let us all continue networking and building space and conversation towards nutritional and cultural diets. I thank you so much.
Fantastic. A round of applause for that wonderful comment. Thank you very much. We're going to come back. Now, the problem is that we can attend such a conference and miss out entirely on what we are talking about. Because sometimes we may tend to think that SDGs belongs to the State Department for Economic Planning. It belongs to SDGs Kenya Forum. But even your daily choices, if you choose to walk or to cycle to work, if you choose not to, sometimes you go to an event and you serve a lot of food and you eat and you leave plates with a lot of food, and I hope we'll not see that over lunch. That is actually food wastage, and there are people who are still going hungry without food. So we will continue to reflect so that we can make this very simple, so that when we leave that door in the late afternoon, when you get home, SDG will not sound like something very foreign, but something that you practice every single day. Now, we're going to get into some moment of reflections again. How well do we know SDGs? And we're going to have some very short presentation. And we are so much pleased to have key representatives from the National Youth Council, also from the United Disabled Persons of Kenya. We have received an apology from the State Department for Economic Planning, but also the State Department for Youth Affairs. Now, before I invite the representative from National Youth Council, we just want to get to know who are in the room. So, any person from Groots Kenya? Groots Kenya, you can just be upstanding if you can. We see you. Okay, we see. Let's put our hands together for them. I appreciate them. Thank you so much for representing. All right, we have representative from the Africa United Nations Youth Delegates, fellows. You can just be upstanding. Can see you. All right, a round of applause. I'm also part of them. That's why I'm standing. Right, we appreciate you so much. Champions for SDGs, representatives. Can see Arnold. Oh yeah, we can see the two of you as well. All right. Any person from the Center for Multiparty Democracy? Any representatives? All right, good to see you. A round of applause. And also there's also another one here. Three of you. Welcome. Karibuni sana. Representatives from the United Disabled Persons of Kenya. All right. A round of applause. We can see you. Well represented. We really sincerely appreciate you for making it to this event. Thank you very much. Representative from the Open Institute. Open Institute. Okay, can see you. All right, a round of applause. A representative from EU Youth Sounding Board. EU Youth Sounding Board. All right, COI, can also see you. Any other person? Okay, a round of applause to these dear friends for making it to this event. I think that's all. Okay. Representatives from the National Youth Council. I can see Irene is here. Yes. Also from the National Youth Council. Any other person? Yeah, I can see you. You're very familiar. Any group we have not recognized? Okay. YMCA, our very good hosts. A representative from the YMCA, you can see Diana. A round of applause to Diana. Do we have any other group we have not recognized? Yes. From where? Kenya Nimimi. Any other person from the Kenya Nimimi group? All right, good representation from behind there. Good one. Any other person? Yes.
This is Team Environment Kenya, an organization.
Team Environment Kenya. All right, you're alone or you've come with a group? All right, or your team is coming. All right. I saw you as well. Yes?
K.
What?
K. Kenya Association Intellectual Handicapped.
Wow. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Kenya Association? Kenya Association Intellectual? Or Handicapped? Wow. Any representatives? Oh, we can see you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yourself?
CDSK.
CDSK. All right. Any other representatives? We are here. Oh, great. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Any other group? We have. Okay, can see you.
This is Cynthia from FES Kenya, the Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung.
Oh, say that term again.
Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung.
Friedrich?
Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung.
All right, that one that she has said. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very good term. I'll continue practicing. Any other group we have not? Okay, I can see some hands here. There's someone who is practicing that.
And I'm Nicholas. Group is Neuro-Inclusion Youth Network. Neuro-Inclusion Youth Network.
Okay.
Foundation.
You have a representative?
Me.
Oh. Let's put our hands together for the gentleman. Any other group? All right.
I'm Rose from My Body, My Body.
My Body, My Body. Okay, do you have representatives? Oh, you are the person. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we all need to be part of your organization, right? What do you do?
We do advocacy for sexual reproductive health and gender equality.
So make sure all these people are your members. Yeah. All right? Please register. There's a registration fee. Okay, you will talk. All right. Any other group we have not recognized? So we are all good, huh? Yeah, I think that was important for our knowledge. All right. So we want to hear some remarks, and we want to invite Irene Tangus from the National Youth Council to give remarks. Let's put our hands together for Irene as she comes on stage. We can do better than that. Welcome, Irene.
Good morning. Waza vijana. My name is Irene Tangus. I'm from the National Youth Council. The CEO she wanted to be in this forum, but due to unavoidable circumstances, she couldn't attend. But I was told or mandated to bring a speech. So kindly allow me to read a speech. Then I'll make some few remarks before I sit down. That's okay? All right. Good morning. First, allow me to applaud our partners and organizers for this important gathering. Thank you for creating a platform where youth are not just invited, but are fully involved. We are a youthful nation. 3 out of every 4 Kenyans are under 35. This is not just a statistics, but it's our power. Young people are the innovators who code new solutions and entrepreneurs creating jobs, the climate champions protecting our planet, and the advocates pushing for equality and justice. You're already shaping Kenya's sustainable development story. We cannot ignore the challenges that are still there. One of them being climate change, which is hitting us hard. With only 5 years to 2030, we must shift from commitment to acceleration. And that acceleration must be youth-driven. This pre-conference is a bold step to bring youth ideas directly into the SDGs decisions, strengthen our voice in monitoring and accountability, build partnerships, opportunities that will outlive this room. The conversations and action points you develop today will shape Kenya's position at the main SDGs conference. This is how impact begins, with your voice. As the National Youth Council Kenya, we are here to ensure youth leadership is recognized, youth innovations are supported and scaled. Partnerships directly benefit young people. We stand with you, we work with you, we move forward because of you. So today, be bold and share your ideas. Collaborate and push each other higher. Act for your commitments, your counties, and your country. We are the SDG generation, and we are not waiting for tomorrow. Asanteni sana, and let the race to 2030 continue with youth leading from the front. Thank you. Just to mention that as our MC had asked, like, what do we champion? As even National Youth Council, I just mentioned, we advocate for all the SDGs. And we are particularly very strong on the partnership for the goals. That means we, as National Youth Council, we bring on board all youth-serving organizations. Rather, we coordinate and regulate them, because you find that the YSOs touch a particular SDG. So by that, we are able to touch on the 17 SDGs that are there. And I really hope the youth-serving organizations that are in this room, that are registered with the National Youth Council, by show of hands, the YSOs in the room. Okay, who is not registered with the National Youth Council as a YSO? We have representatives from the National Youth Council. They'll be able to guide you on how you can register with the National Youth Council. The importance is we have sector working groups where we bring the youth-serving organizations who are like-minded to a different agenda. So you find that you are able to drive your agenda with other members from the same sector. For example, in governance or in climate, we will bring youth-serving organizations who are dealing something maybe in the climate sector. You work together. If there are programs you guys want to push, we help you implement those programs or bring on board partners who are going to assist you escalate your programs that you're currently undergoing. So kindly register with the National Youth Council. You can just go to our website. You'll find that tab, and you'll be able to register. And the benefit, again, of registering with us, you're able to see the opportunities that are available for young people. We were able to launch the Kenya Forum platform, where we have opportunities from the government to the private sector. You are able to see which opportunity best fits you. As a youth-serving organization, also on the Kenya Forum platform, you are able to even post the events that you're having, or you will be having, so that other young people are able to see those events that you're planning, and they are able to attend your events. So as National Youth Council, together with the State Department for Youth, we work closely with the State Department for Economic Planning on the SDG Awards, which will be actually under the SDGs conference, the annual that will be coming this November. So yeah, we are here to support the young people and to see that their innovations, their initiatives are rewarded alongside this, the SDGs. Thank you so much for having created time to come to this conference, and I pray that and hope that this conference, this pre-conference, will have an impact towards the upcoming SDGs conference. Thank you so much.
Irene, don't go. Thank you so much for those amazing remarks. I think we had seen quite a number of us are not part of the YCO, youth serving organization. So you've said that they go to the website.
The National Youth Council website.
Wacha tuwape password ya Wi-Fi. Tuko na password. So if you look at the wall, we have the password, because a conference facility that does not have a Wi-Fi password, we should do the conference outside. So this one, they have given us a Wi-Fi where you can easily go, so that when we are doing this conference, any actions that we need to take, we need to do them as the conference is going on, right? So please log into the Wi-Fi, use the Wi-Fi for free. It's free of charge. It has already been paid for. Then it's working. Then the Wi-Fi is working. It's working. Yeah, they've said it's very strong. So, yeah, don't argue with me. I'm not feeling well. But what we are saying is that go to the website, click the registration, register your organization, register yourself, and then they'll be able to get opportunities, right? All right. Thank you so much, Irene. Pass our regards to the CEO. Mwambie next time atoke. Sindio? All right, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The what? Oh, the password, the Wi-Fi password. So it's YMCA at 2025, and then there is a C at the tail end. It's capital Y, and then MCA, it's lowercase. And then at 2025, the C at the tail end is capital, it's uppercase. All right, but this one is also passing around. But also the password is on the wall. If you'll be able to see, it's too small. But it's Y, the Y is capital, M is small, C is small, A is small, at 2025, and then C is capital. Tuko sawa? Tutumie Wi-Fi ya public. It's very important. So next on stage, we are going to have a representative from the Center for Multiparty Democracy. Mr. Abe Duba is in the room. Miss Abe Duba is in the room. Thank you so much, Abe. Thank you for joining us. We can put our hands together as she comes on stage to introduce us. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We should be having youthful energy. Sindio? And all of us here, we are familiar with SDGs, right? How many of us are here outside Nairobi County? Nani ako hapa leo but ana represent other counties apart from Nairobi? Tuko wengi? Yes. So my name's Abe Duba. I'm from the Center for Multiparty Democracy. And in case you haven't interacted with CMD before, we are a political party membership organization whereby we have political parties paying subscription fees and being a member of CMD Kenya. Currently, we have 25 members of political parties, but apart from that, we not only work with political parties, we also work with youth and our program called Strengthening the Power of Youth Voices. And for that program, we work in 6 counties. And out of those 6 counties, we have 5 representatives from those counties represented today here, who are here to represent their counties, facilitated by CMD Kenya. We have someone from Homa Bay, Kitui, Kericho, Lamu, and mwenye ako hapa na county yake, it's not mentioned, and Nairobi. Yes, unfortunately, Busia couldn't make it to the conference. The reason why I was asking what wangapi they are here representing other counties is because, if I'm not wrong, Arnold, all the other pre-conferences have been done in Nairobi, right? Yes, none has been done in other counties. So my request is that, in as much as we want to impute our, objectives and recommendations to the national SDG conference, then how are we getting the views of the youths who are from the grassroots, right? Because the biggest challenge is that there are so many SOs and even CBOs in counties doing 1, 2, 3 things. But at the end of the day, they don't know it's SDGs. But ukimuuliza, have a conversation about what they are doing, unaona, everything is connected to one or the other SDGs. So how are we inputting their recommendations? Because they are doing a lot of work. And one of the biggest challenges is there's no data. Because objective 1 of what we are doing here today is we want to see the progress. We are doing kind of an MND. If you are doing a monitoring and evaluation and you don't have data, then what are you basing your findings off of? Because you can't say having an SDG progress with a view of only Nairobi County. Sindio? Because even the recommendations tunapeana pale national conference, then ashaifuatilia what happens after recommendation has been given, since tuanze kukuwa na hizo conferences, tumekuja, tumeongea, tumepeana recommendations, tumepeana solutions, then what? Kuna watu wanafuatilia apart from that? Tumeongea, lifespan ya SDGs ilikuwa 15 years, from 2015 to 2030. But ukienda in depth, ukiangalia, there's so many things we've done. In as much as tuko na challenges, there's so many progress that has been done. So as youth, what is our initial, ile kujituma? Then what? Kama saa leo umekuja hapa, you didn't get a chance to go to the national. How well do you know that whatever tuliongea hapa today, or even 4 years ago, imekuwa put into consideration in terms of how we are accelerating SDGs. Sawa? So tujitume. And SDGs is everyone's business. Sindio? If there is no quality education in your home county, watu wanasoma chini ya mti. Because the greatest equalizer is in education. Sahi tukae hapa kwa meza moja, it's our brain that will equalize us. It doesn't matter how many millions I have in the bank and how I've acquired them. Sindio? One of the SDGs I want to talk about is the responsible consumption and production. How many pair of shoes do we have as ladies? 57. How many of those shoes do you wear? Like really, unazivaa? Because we are not responsible we are not responsible when it comes to even production and consumption. Our MC was talking about unajaza plate food and then you don't eat. And some kid in Turkana is starving, ajakula for the last 1 week. Because whoever won it doesn't affect you. Sindio? Because ukona 10 blouses. Tuko na how many water bottles? So many of them. We are not responsible. And those are personal initiative. You are itaji, you are part of a YSO. Sindio? And yet, you are contributing to SDGs. Squeezy, there is this notion of but that is in the West, minimalistic life. Buy only things that you need. If you have one lotion, ngoja hiyo iishe, buy another one. Sindio? So it's our business. We don't have to be making SDGs something complicated, something elite. And also the other problem we have is lack of ownership. People at the grassroots level don't understand SDGs ni nini. And goal number 7 is partnership. Ukisikia partnership, don't skiza that. It's just organization coming together and doing partnership. Even us as a society, at different levels of society tukwe, we are gearing and accelerating SDGs. So if our large percentage when you're grassroots, they are left out, do you think we can make it alone? Having in mind that we only have 5 years. So let's do that. And my final say is that as CMD Kenya, we believe in dialogue. Sawa? Dialogue is talking to each other. So whichever recommendation you have, usione it's a very kidogo thing that, and your point yangu it makes sense. Ama, whatever you want to put forward, that inaweza kuwa something big, but due to self-sabotage, you don't want to speak up. So let's give recommendations, and hopefully we'll be free to talk in any language, English, Kiswahili. So, and then my urge is that these recommendations zikuwe well documented at least. Yes, tusifikishe vitu zenye hazija nini. Sawa? So let's contribute. Let's make networking possible and partnership, and tukue tunajituma. SDG is also now our business. Na tumeona, as Nani was saying, tukue in the forefront of accelerating this, because I know people have a lot of ideas, youth are very innovative, and hopefully that will be projected out as we are giving our recommendations. Is that in order? Na pia tuchangamke. I think we need an icebreaker. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abe. It's so good to hear from you and the amazing recommendations. I know what the problem is. Zero hunger. I know the people who are here as early as 8. Right? Nimeongea mambo ya chakula, kila mtu ameanza kusmile. Like, you know our problem. We will be going for break in a short while. And in fact, let me just put this clear. This first segment is more about hearing from the representative from different organizations. Immediately after tea break, you're the ones who are going to pick this mic. And you're the ones who are going to co-create conversations, build conversations as we also engage. Also to confirm, we have a rapporteur. So just get to know that everything you're saying is going on record. And also this is not just for the show. The deliberations we make here today, they're going to be shared during the annual multi-stakeholder conference that is happening next month. So all the things we're discussing here, they're going to go into the records. So thank you so much. Just wanted to emphasize that. Something that Abe mentioned that caught my attention is that SDGs is everyone's business. So we should not be waiting for UN or whatever organization. We should be the ones talking and making all these things possible. Right about now, I want to call Cynthia Modoni from FES to give a very short remarks on what they're doing as well, and anything that possibly will be important for this conversation. A round of applause for Cynthia. One more time, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Or should I be like our deputy president and say, Mbwegze? We need to get some energy in the room. So I don't know what Mbwegze means. My slang is still pathetic. But Mbwegze. Anyway, I'm Cynthia Modoni from FES Kenya. It's a German political foundation named after the first democratically elected German president. His name was Friedrich-Ebert, so we are named after him. And we are anchored to a German political party called the Social Democratic Party, SDP. In Germany, they call it SPD. We have been operational for over 100 years globally, with over 100 offices all over the world, and more than 20 plus offices in Africa. In Kenya, we have been here for more than 60 years. We actually came here immediately after independence. We were here in 1964. So we are pretty old in as much as I look young, but that does not mean that we do not take care of the interests of youth. And we are a very happy partner of this process because we also do believe in the spirit of the SDGs. And if you can see from our banner right behind here, we have said that our work is anchored on labor solidarity, and I know that is also anchored on SDG 8, Just Cities, that is anchored on SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, Gender Justice anchored on SDG 5, and Climate Justice anchored on SDG number 13. So as you can see, my work and our work at FES, we live, breathe SDGs in everything that we do. And we believe in the youth demographic and that it is important for youth to be included. In many years' time, youth are included as beneficiaries, but not co-creators of the process. But as youth, as FES, we believe in youth agency, and that's why we are part of this process, and that youth should be co-creators in the process and not beneficiaries. Without much further ado, thank you so much for having us, and I'm excited to hear the discussions and the outcomes that will be part of this process. And I believe that whatever outcomes will come out of this process will significantly impact the National Multi-Stakeholder Forum. Thank you so much.
All right, a round of applause for Cynthia. Wonderful. We are doing well. So the last remark we're going to have is from the UNDPK, that is the United Disabled Persons of Kenya. I normally confuse this with the other one is normally called what? Yes? Yeah, that one. I confuse it really badly off. So we're going to have a representative from the United Disabled Persons of Kenya. Do you have any representative? Just make this brief because after this we are going to do some eating, right? Welcome.
Hi. I'm Paulina Rocco. I'll make it as brief as possible because I'm standing between you and what? And your breakfast. Sawa. So it's United Disabled Persons of Kenya. I know sometimes if you've not been working with us, and UDPK sometimes gets a bit hard to get it right, the acronyms, but it's United Disabled Persons of Kenya. So what is, who are UDPK? UDPK is an umbrella organization. We work with persons with disabilities. And we work with persons with disability through what? Through their organizations. So we have over 200 organizations all over across Kenya. And our work encompasses working with organizations of persons with disabilities, and it encompasses working with persons with disabilities themselves. We work with, we collaborate with like-minded organizations, both state and non-state actors, just to ensure inclusion of persons with disabilities in all spheres of development. Our work, I was just having a conversation with my colleague here, and we were looking at the SDGs, the 17 SDGs. So in one way or the other, our work cuts across all the 17 SDGs. Helen talked about inclusive education. We are also looking at inclusive employment. You know that when it comes to employment, especially with persons with disabilities, there are barriers that we face. You are disqualified courtesy of your disability. And our work as persons, as organization of persons with disability is to ensure that we work towards eradicating the barriers that persons with disabilities face as they interact with state or non-state actors. On working with youths. Today, do we have youths represented here? By a show, simuonge ni kama mko wachangamfu. Yeah, so our work with youth cuts across. We've worked with them on just taking up the spaces in the different spheres of development, from matters employment, from matters economic empowerment, from matters, what else? Health, and even gender inclusivity, just to ensure that youths have a voice. And I know their presence here is much more important, and they'll talk about what they want captured, even as we prepare for the upcoming national conference. So thank you. I'm done.
Thank you so much for that remark. Someone has approached me and they have tapped my shoulder and they've told me, we have something to say. And I asked them, what do you have to say? We have a message from the Youth Senate Kenya. How many of us you have heard about the Youth Senate Kenya? Oh, so you guys are famous. So I'd like to invite Abdul Aziz Haji to just give a very short remark, and then we go for tea. All right, welcome. A round of applause.
Good morning. I won't expect everybody to respond, so I apologize. These days Kenyans get very angry very fast. Tumechoka sana. So, and thank you so much, and many thanks to the SDGs Forum. And my names are Abdulaziz Haji from the Youth Senate Kenya. I'm the Youth Senator for Mandera. Any of my colleagues from the Youth Senate who attended today? So I think I'm the only one. And thank you to the SDGs Forum for this opportunity. Mine is just one simple request. We all have a role to play in the success of the SDGs. Starting with one, climate action. I come from Mandera, one of the most severely affected regions in the country in terms of climate justice. I think my sister also is from the north. Abe? You're from Marsabit. We are from the north. So, lack of water in Mandera. It's not about rain, which is from God. We have systems that are not working. We have devolution. This is our 13th year of devolution. We can't be blaming the national government. So what do we need to do as young people? We have to be the voices of our people. The era of blaming Nairobi, resources are stuck in Nairobi, Busia is not getting its share, Vihiga is not getting its share, we are past that era now. We can't be blaming the national government. So on everything we do as young youth senators, we are the voices of our people at the county levels. So each of us here, majority of which I think are youth, we have a role to play using our voice, our influence, our mobilization skills, our advocacy skills, and those are the things that will make the difference. Those living in Nairobi, I think you have all seen one very big issue that happens every time it rains in Nairobi at night. The city turns into a river, downtown Nairobi. Despite that, the voices of Nairobi youth on that issue, it's only national level bloggers who are talking about it. Central Business District CBD ward has young voters. They are not demanding for transformation on that issue. So as young people, our role is we identify a problem, we advocate for it to be changed. There has to be change through our voices. So the Youth Senate Kenya is the home of the emerging young leaders of this country. It has mentored and developed the capacities of many young leaders today who are serving at the national level, including the likes of Senator A.C. Okenyuri and many others who went through the system of the Youth Senate, some of them serving as deputy governors, members of parliament, CECs in various counties. To make it brief, mine is just one. Let's use our voice, be it through social media, be it through organizing, anything you can organize. Fight for justice, fight for peace and conflict resolution. Don't allow xenophobia. This country these days in Kenya, we are having xenophobia coming up. Targeting of various communities because of issues like, I think we all know, I don't need to explain that very deeply, because of them opposing the government this way, that way. So we can't be targeting communities in this age. We have issues to talk about. So as young people, as Kenyans, for us to move forward this country, we must defend every Kenyan against any forms of justice. Be it ethnic, be it religious, be it racial, use your voice. Defend whatever you can, advocate for whatever you can. That's my short remarks, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Abdul, for those wonderful, wonderful remarks. And Abdul has reminded us something that's very important. We should never look down on the power of our voices, right? And most importantly, the power of digital voices. You know, we are living in the fourth industrial revolution powered by AI and technology. We also have to ask ourselves, how do we leverage that platform to making sure that the change we need, we actually see it. Now, and before we go for breakfast, for our 11 o'clock tea, how many of us you have tweeted or you have X'd? It's called X. You have X'd since morning up to this period of time. We want to encourage as many of you as possible. Please drop a tweet, drop an X, I know when you say ex, there are a lot of things that pop in people's mind. Please, we're not talking bad against your ex. We're talking about ex there. Yeah, please drop a tweet of this conversation. We are using the hashtag youth na SDG. Youth, what is the hashtag? My youth na SDGs. And also we are using the hashtag Race to 2030. My youth na SDGs and Race to 2030. The two there is not the two, it's TO. So if you're doing a post, and you can make sure that you also tag SDGs Kenya Forum, Champions for SDGs Kenya, the FES, also UNDP, UDPK rather. What is the other one? Yeah, CMD Kenya as well. Just drop a tweet. And do we have a gift for people who will be tweeting today? We have a gift. All right. We will be picking that up. We're not coercing you to go and tweet, but please make sure that you tweet. Any tweet that pops up in my timeline, I'll be able to call you for a present, even if it's a bottle of water. Right? Yes. So right about now, we're going for tea. I will really ask us to be back here by 11:40. It's 11? Okay, let's do 11:30 so that we can be able to cover ground. Please make sure that you're here by 11:30. And as you walk out, please make sure that you pick the mail card that is provided at the information desk. Just go pick one because you cannot take tea without it. All right? All right, so you're dismissed. Let's meet here at 11:30 on the dot. The tea is blessed. Let's go and enjoy. All right. DJ, you can give us a mix.
group deliberations and discussions, my suggestion is this. Can we have the access to the document from the first pre-conference that happened 3 years ago, so that we can be able to see the kind of recommendations that were made, so that when we are going to come up with the new recommendations, we need first to know and understand what has been the progress that has been made from the first recommendations that were done. Because if we don't do that, we're going to end up, as the lady from Multiparty said, we're going to have documents after documents, but no tangible action. So if we can be able to have access to those recommendations and know, at least trace the progress, then I think it will really guide us on what to do next. Thank you.
Awesome. Your good name? Godfrey. Godfrey. All right, thanks so much, Gor. So Gor has raised a very important aspect that, and I think Arnold is listening to this. So what we're going to do, we are not going to start from the first pre-conference. We're going to look at what happened last year. So he's going to give a debrief of major outcomes, and then we're going to now get forward to what we await for the next conference, right? Cheers.
Hellos. My name is Alexander Maimbo from Makueni under UDPK. What I'm getting to hear since morning is that SDGs is our business. There's no specification on who should do this or this. It is our business and we should be in it, everybody. Thank you.
SDGs are our business, right? SDGs are our business. Thank you very much. Any other person? Let's try to make this juicy, quotable. Give us a representative of what you guys have been picking since morning. Alafu nitakuja hapa nyuma.
Okay, something that I have picked from all the conversation is that everything we do as an organization, be it NGOs, CBOs, we all focus to SDGs in one way or another. It's very important to understand the SDG that you are working on. And also, it doesn't matter which SDG you are doing. SDG is our business, and you need to understand what it entails in a broader perspective, be it you are dealing with it or not.
Great. Thank you very much. Your good name again? Rose. Thank you very much, Rose. A representative on this table? Sasa hii kuna watu wanajifanya hata wanioni, hata ni kama siko hapa, hata ni kama kuna mtu anaongea kitu kwa microphone. Please look at me. Let's have a conversation, right? You want to say something? Okay. Watu wanaogopa microphone.
Oh, from kutoka asubuhi what I've learned.
What's your good name?
I'm Josephine Mwende.
Okay, Josephine. Yes, yeah. Josephine.
So what I've learned from the morning is that we, in our day-to-day lives, we are advocating towards the achievement of the SDGs,
yes,
but only that we don't know if we are doing it. But yes, we are really doing it in our different ways of advocacy.
Absolutely, in our different spaces of advocacy, right? Great. Sawa, that's amazing. So we want to continue with this conversation. Na nataka watu waamuke. We cannot afford to sleep at 11:30. So I want us to be upstanding if you can, and I want us to do a very simple game that we all know. So when I say one, you take your right hand and you do like this. This finger, this one. Which finger is this? On the right. Oh, okay. You lift up your right hand. What is this finger called? Huh? No, not index. The pointing finger. Yes. You point. You do what? You raise your pointing finger on your right hand. Tuko sawa? That's step number one. Step number two, you take your left hand and then you put on your neighbor's pointed finger. That instruction is correct? Tuko sawa? So step number 1, what do? We raise our right hand, pointed finger. And then step number 2, you take your left hand and you put on your neighbor's right hand, the pointed finger. Please, make sure you have a neighbor. I'm giving you instructions. But we're going to do this while standing. Yes? Say that again. Oh, sorry. What were you? All right. So let's be upstanding. If your neighbor is not standing up, let's be upstanding. Or we sit down. Which one is better? Standing. All right. Let's be upstanding. There's a youth somewhere who has said they are not standing no matter what. Or if you can stand. That is if you can stand. So when I say, anytime you hear a 1, your right hand pointed finger goes up, right? And then when I say 2, your left hand goes on your neighbor's right hand. When I say 3, you grab your neighbor's pointed finger and you make sure that yours is not grabbed. Are we together? So you grab your neighbor's pointed finger and you make sure that yours is not grabbed. Tuko sawa? So I'm going to give a story. Okay, tufanya tu practice kwanza ni kama watu bado wajeshika. So let's go. 1, 2. My brother, you're not doing. What is wrong? Please be active. This is sustainable development. This is how we're going to achieve sustainable development goals. When other people are on their phones, others are not participating, we're not going to achieve SDGs. All right? So 1, 2, 3. So you see there are people who are not paying attention. And make sure that you don't allow your finger to be grabbed. All right, so I'm going to give a story. So there was this father who had 5 children. And he came home with 1 apple. But this 1 apple was not enough. So there's another neighbor who had 2 children. And when they were having a conversation, they thought how they're going to divide these 5 mangoes. Oh, we had 2. There were actually 2 apples, right? So they thought how they're going to divide these 2 apples among their 5 children. But they realized the other neighbor had also 2 other children. So if you take the 5 children plus the other 2 children, they become 7 children. So if they're having 2 mangoes, not 2 mangoes, 2 apples, they need to add how many more apples? 3. No. You guys did not follow the story. So they have 7 children, right? And he had 2 apples, right? Let's go. They had 2 apples. We are in 2. So you should be doing what 2 is supposed to be done. 2. We are at 2. We are at 2. Brother, you're able to do this game? Oh, he has exited. Okay. So he had 2 apples. But there are 7 children. So how many more apples do they need? 5 apples, right? So that it can be enough. So there's another neighbor who added 4 more apples. So how many more apples do they have? So there were 2 apples before. They have added 4 apples. How many apples do they have? So they decided to divide the 6 apples to get 3 apples. Who has been grabbed? Huh? No, come. You have been grabbed. If your neighbor has been grabbed, push them forward. Let them come. DJ, tutafutia anguka nayo. These ones must dance. DJ tafutia sisi anguka nayo. Your group, there are people who have been grabbed and looking at me. All right, so why wait for us at the front? No, you have a group. Let's do one more round so that we can have some more people. So my neighborhood, there is one of this neighborhood that had two chiefs. So these two chiefs decided to go for a hunt, and they got 6 antelopes. But when they came home, they divided these 6 antelopes amongst themselves to get 3. Who has been grabbed? Who has been grabbed? Letea sisi Nyawira. Nyawira, you've been grabbed. All right, DJ, give us a song. These guys must anguka. Wait there? You have not been grabbed? No. You have there? Huh? Wait, banana. Tony, come here. You anguka nayo. Aya, DJ, give us the song. Give us the song. We are going to look at who wins this, right? We are going to help them, right? So we are all going to help them, right? Let's go. So why you are not dancing? You guys can help them. Hey, Tony, it looks like... Uko na kitu wa kutuambia? So we want to get a spoken word piece from who knows Kijana Mtanashati? You've seen him somewhere. Okay, he does some good content, and he'll be telling us more about that. And anytime you hear something that touches your heart, please don't cry, just snap. All right? I know he might be saying things that will remind you of your past relationship. And you'll be like, oh my God, that boy. You snap. Sawa sawa. Don't take it emotionally. You ready? All right, let's put our hands together as we invite Kijana Mtanashati.
Asante sana. Habari zenyu? Mko poa? Naitwa Kijana Mtanashati. I'm a spoken word artist and a fashion designer. So, let's do this. I will be free. Kama wingu angani. Maybe walk I with the birds. Na miapo juu nitaongea juu ya nchi yangu. I got my tongue out on my chest, just in case I have to give them a word. Nayo dini nilipata ndani ya poetry. Nikabisha kwa ofisi za mheshimiwa na mashairi za wananchi. Wakanivunja mguu. Laiti wangalijua. They only gave me a reason to start a movement. Nilisoma biography ya Jesus Christ ni spoken word tupu. So I'm going to take these words door to door. I am the 13th disciple with the 5th gospel of social change. Yale mawe walikataa kwa mjengo, ndo natumia kaa stepping stones mtaani. Bethlehem ni far. So natengeneza foundation ya Canaan kwetu Motherland. A roof over my head. I still wish wengi wetu tungekuwa na affordable housing mtaani. Solo for matter ya fake pastors trying to cage my spirit. kuna bleeding ndani ya mwili wangu, na huwezi panguza na tissue. Face to face conversation, mbona tunazidi kwa blindfolded? Heart to heart dialogue, mbona kuna love kwa ndimi zao? Dry jokes no memes kwa hizi mazingira. Word to word brothers kuna bond, street kuna chemistry, solution kwa mix ya kichwa mjanja. Education iko na mwanya. Mwanafunzi kuma nje kama bite ya kibogoyo. Na political system ijaipenda kilismart. Connection na backdoors, windows off, opportunities iko na virus, panda, shuka, suka, unajua nani huko juu, kimbele mbele na uwe si fast come. Salary kubwa, pia tunatongozanga na kitu kidogo. Najua unauza changa, lakini subiri mkubwa kunywe chai kwanza, ndio hii biashara yetu iendelee na dabu. Vijana na wazee wamepotea na glasi ya chupa kwa klabu. Nyumbani sufuria bila chakula. Mwiko, jirani, ako na mkono refu. Anakoroga watoto wadogo. Chakula na nguo, worth innocent body, defilement, kesi kotini, judge kwa koma, kashindwa kupeana full sentence. Haki kwa mgala, tunachagua life kwanza. Maskini kidonda, chumvi dawa, machozi panguza, kama kawa. Abortion imefika, na tuwezi fikia bei ya dawa. Tulipenda flat tummy, shida kiongozi tumbo. Freedom ni free, koko na pesa. Sanitary towels ni free, koko na links za NGOs. And deep pockets ya wenye wako na coins ka sisi. Mama na mtoto na una father figure kwa macha mother. Leo ni leo hapana. Sini jana responsible fathers walikufa wangali wachanga. Sex na tabu. Trial version ilikuja na full package mtani. Na bado sex education ni crime kwa manyumba zetu mtani. But I and you, we will be free kama wingu angani. Maybe walk high with the birds, nasi hapo juu tutaongea juu ya nchi yetu. We will be free. Thank you so much.
Who will be free? Thank you so much, Kijana Mtanashati. You can give him a round of applause again. Kenyans. Who bewitched you? We said we are snapping. Okay, let's give him a snap again. Yeah. An environmental friendly clap. All right? So thank you so much. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to have some group discussion. Because we can come in a conference setting like this and still go home without really understanding what we need to do and what we need to continue doing after this engagement. So we're going to break us into 4 groups, and each of those groups is going to have a conversation around these 4 elements that I'm going to mention. Or we don't have a screen, so it cannot be projected. But if you go to the email we shared, there's a program section. In the program section, there is a breakout session that I want you to check out. So group 1 will form what we call the climate lab. You know what happens in the lab, right? Like a laboratory. You know what happens there? Testing, analysis, examination, and giving recommendations. The effectiveness of any treatment is the outcome of the deliberations that have been made in the lab. So basically, that's the idea of this conversation. So the first lab will be the climate lab. So we'll be asking ourselves, and we'll be having a conversation around designing youth-led climate-resilient ideas. From where you sit, I know some of us here, we have participated in hackathons. So what does that look like? Designing youth-led climate-resilient ideas, or resilient ideas, so to say. Number 2, lab number 2, we're going to have care lab. So lab number 1, they will be doing everything SDG number what? SDG number what? 13. And then care lab, they'll be focusing on SDG number 5. What is SDG number 5? Gender equality. Ziko hapa mbele kama mtu ana struggle. Gender equality. But in this section and in this conversation, we're going to have conversations on unpaid care worker and gender equality through storytelling and role play. Conversations on unpaid care workers or unpaid care work, and gender equality through storytelling and role play. So think about how does gender equality looks like, and how can you push the advocacy of the unpaid care workers? Any one of us who champions advocacy work around caregivers and care workers? Anyone? Anyone? Okay, we're going to do some research on the same as well. Group number 3, we're going to have Innovation Lab, SDG 4, SDG 8, and SDG 9. SDG 4 is what? Quality education. SDG 8? Oh, okay. And SDG number 9? Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So we're going to pitching youth innovation in education, job, and tech. So how does that look like in terms of even leveraging tech for job creation for the young people? And then group number 4 will be governance lab, SDG number 16. SDG number 16 is what? Peace, justice, and strong institutions, right? So we're going to have a debate there on, should youth have a mandatory seat at all policy tables? What do you think? Yeah, we're going to hear what that group will do. So when you have done your key deliberations, we're going to do presentations and showcasing. So each group should have at least one representative who is going to showcase what you guys have discussed. So we're going to get into 4 groups. So I'll be counting 1 to 4, and then all the group 1s will go to group 1 like that. So that's the correct maths, Kibush. All right. So we'll just be counting 1 to 4. Yep. Yep. Okay, so instead of people going random, the problem with that is that you might find one group having more people. Mm-hmm. Okay, it can be an assumption, yes, I agree with you, but also the purpose of this is cross-pollinating our ideas. So it's not about just what you do, it's also about cross-pollinating our ideas, which is key to making sure that these things are also achieved. So if we say, I know, if we just say climate action, I know quite a lot of, and all of us, we are going to go into climate action. But what we want to do is, if you happen to be in a group where you totally don't understand what they're talking about, you can maybe ask to be changed. That's it, right? And then also, the things about SDG is intersectionality. One SDG does not exist by itself. It needs the convergence of the other. So that's why we have done this. We did not just assume, so to say. So what you're suggesting is that we do, instead of doing numbers, the way they're seated. Yes. So what we are saying is that will that be effective? The problem is, there are people who came in the morning and they are sitting together. So it's like 10 people who came together and they're sitting together. Yeah? So let's just do 1 to 4. Easy. Right? Can we start from the corner? Yeah, yes, please, go ahead. Oh, yeah. So how many are they? Oh, this row. Sawa. So you guys will be in one group, huh? We're going to give you what to discuss. Cheers. All right. Oh, good. Okay, say that again, Nyawira. Yes. Okay, so we can divide them, at least they go to other groups.
No, there are 3 of them. So all the 3 of them can either be in 1, 2, 3, or 4.
You're right.
But then they need to be with other people, not just
alone. Yeah. Inclusivity is important. We start with you. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 4. All right. Tunaanza 1. All right. 2. Okay, 2. All right. 3, 4. All right. Please shika group yako. Tusianze kuuliza nilikuwa namba. So tumefika wapi? 4. 1, 3, 4. All right. Tuko sawa? Acha tuanzie huko nyuma. Brother. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 1. 2, 3, 4. Namba yako ni 4. Okay, 1 or 4. Okay. 4. 4. Tumefika wapi? 1. Tuko hapa. 2, 3, 4. Huh? You've said 2. 2, 4. Okay. Tuko hapa. Okay. 1. Okay. 1. 4. 1. 4. Okay. 2. 3. Ndugu. 4. 1. 2. Okay, so group 1, now that this room has tables, can we do it from here or we do it from outside? So group 1 and 2 will remain here. Okay, outside is not, but there's space here. You can just take your seat and maybe look for a space. Yeah. Yeah, feel free. This entire space is ours. Yeah, for the online audience, we're coming to you. So group one here, group 2 here, maybe group 3. You can do 3 groups here. That's okay. It fits, isn't it? The tables, we don't want to tamper with the tables. Let's do group 1 and 2 inside here. Group 3 and 4, there's a lot of space outside there. Just take your seat, go outside, and have that conversation out there. So do we have this in our phones? Did we get emails? Not everyone. So I want you to take a photo of this section. So group 1 will be doing the climate lab, group 2, care lab, group 3, innovation lab, and then group 4, governance lab. Can I read again? Just one member of the group can write. So group 1, climate lab, in brackets SDG 13. So design youth-led climate resilient ideas. Design youth-led climate resilient ideas. Tuko sawa? Group 1, we are okay? Group 2, care lab, SDG 5. Conversation on unpaid care work and gender equality through storytelling and role play. Conversation on unpaid work, unpaid care work and gender equality. So just look at the entire segment of unpaid work and also gender equality. What can you do from where you sit to making sure that this does not continue to persist? And then number 3, innovation lab. We want that group to think about pitching youth innovation in education, job, and tech. Pitching youth innovation in education, job, and tech. What are some of the ideas that pops up, innovative ideas on education, job, and tech bridging those are like three SDGs, and that's why we say that SDGs there's intersectionality. One SDG does not survive by itself. And then number 4, governance lab, SDG 16. We want you when you'll be doing your presentation to debate on this question: should youth have a mandatory seat at all policy tables? Should youth have mandatory seat at all policy tables? Please don't come here and tell us yes. Because you realize that in the spaces where we are in, being a youth is not a ticket to spaces. You have to think, you have to speak, you have to have the capacity. So if you're saying yes, Group 4, listen to me kindly so that we don't hear shoddy answers. If you say yes, what must the youth do to make sure that they have a seat in all policy tables? Tuko sawa? All right. So Group 1, you'll sit here. Group 2, you'll sit somewhere in this corner. Let's not tamper with the seats. With the tables, you can lift up your seats, create space somewhere here, and then have the discussion. Group 3 outside, Group 4 outside. Tuko sawa? So we're going to do that up to what time? Up to lunchtime. And then can we run this session up to 12:30? 12:30 soon. Yeah, 12:45 for 30 minutes. 30 minutes is not too much. Yeah, let's do 20. Yeah. So you're going to have 20 minutes to discuss, and then you're going to come back here at 12:35. Let me be generous, 12:40, and then we'll continue from there. By the virtue of the time we'll be having, we'll see maybe Group 1 and 2 do the presentation, and then after lunch, Group 3 and 4 do their presentation. We may not really follow that. I might call any group to do presentation, so that at least we move quickly. Is that okay? In the spirit of democracy, tuko sawa? I hope all is well. We are good? All right, so our very good friends, you will be in, you choose a group. Okay, Group 1. So Group 1, you'll join our friends here as we have this conversation. So you guys have a good time. Please make it deliberate, make it intentional. You can use, let me not give you that prompt, but try to be as creative as possible. Sawa sawa? Right. Tukopo? Huh? Okay, we are coming to the online audience. You're saying something? Okay. So our rapporteur is raising a concern. Please, each group should have a secretary who takes the notes. Take clear notes, and then all the notes after presentations will be handed over to the rapporteur. Tuko sawa? For the online audience, we're going to create a group for you. You can give that instruction. Okay, so there's a tech team. Tech team is helping us set the groups. So I'm being told only Group 1 will remain here. Group 2, 3, and 4 will go outside, so that our online audience will be part of Group 1, because they will need to hear what we are saying. So Group 2, 3 outside. Okay, Group 2. Let's be upstanding so that we move. Let's be on our feet. Let's be on our feet. Group 2. All right, take your seat and go outside. Group 3. Let's also rise and take our seats and go outside. Group 4 as well. Take your seat. Please, let's not see you being on your phone and roaming around and not taking keen interest in what is going on. Please, let's not see you doing that. It will beat the logic why you're here. Thank you, man. Hey.
So just to recognize Benson Kasuti, Kaskala Jody, and Muindi Maingi. Thank you for actively joining us online, and we want you to be part and parcel of this Group 1 activity that is taking place right now. So you are welcome to contribute or raise your hand if you want to contribute to the conversation, or even send a message. We'd be happy to read it.
What's your beautiful name?
When you come back, the ladies should.
All right, Group 1, you will be using the microphone so that, who is the team leader of this group? Who is the team leader? Or him? You're the team leader of this group. So, So we will allow this group to use the mic so that we can, when you're giving a point, you can, the spirit of inclusivity. We have to include the people who are following online, right? Yeah. Tuko sawa, you know what you're talking about. Who is the MC of this group? Nataka nikuachie maiki. Inaitwa kwa Kiswahili kipaza sauti. Yeah. Yeah, you fit.
Okay,
welcome.
Do we like start right now? How many minutes are we using? 20. So we don't need to introduce ourselves, you know? Yeah. Okay. So group 1, we are tackling SDG 13, right? Designing youth-led climate resilience ideas, and yeah, who is going to be our secretary? Thank you. Okay. So are we ready to start? Okay. So designing youth-led climate resilient ideas. Of course, climate issues. Climate is like, I most of the time I tend to put climate and politics in the same way because they kind of affect us like every day, every minute. Every second gases are being, produced. I mean, so the climate is just, it's like part of humans, right? Yeah, so I think we're, without giving a keynote speech on issues to do with climate, I think we just go straight to the point and we start delving further into this topic. So what are those climate resilience ideas that you can, talk about or rather propose that can lead to having these youth-led ideas, I mean, youth-led solutions, ideas, and all that kind of stuff. You guys understand the question, right? Yes, so do we raise our hands or what do we do? Yes. Oh, the people online. They will write in the comment section. The people who are online, let me not say the people who are online. The climate champions who are following us online. If you have anything that you want to comment, if you have ideas or any suggestions, please do so in the comment section. And yeah, feel free to share with us your ideas. Feel free to comment on anything that any of us here will talk about. Let's have this. It's an open kind of discussion. So all your ideas are welcome. Please feel free to be part of us. And we are starting the conversation right now. Thank you. Yes. Guys. Yes. If you look at me, I'm going to start with you. So, okay, our secretary, say something because you'll be writing the whole time. Yes. Let me give you the mic.
Well, I've not been in this climate space for long. It has never been an area that I am keen on, let me be honest. But I've seen there's a theme around green transition and the issues that are coming around when people say the weather is changing, I do have a colleague who works in this green transition area, and he usually has the most controversial point that I've ever heard from anyone. I did see him walk in. I wish I could bring him here because he says climate change is a scam. And I did hear you, compare it to politics. So there is a lot of, how do I put it? There's a lot of phasing of issues when it comes to climate change and how it can be addressed from hackathons to, civil society organizations having ideas on what to do. So since I'm in the digitalization or the human-centered digitalization space, I think I'll talk about hackathons. Bringing in AI and technology to address some of the issues that are ongoing. Because whether we like it or not, an idea cannot exist if someone has not felt it. So we can say it's a scam, but if you felt it, you understand that it's something that is always changing. So when it comes to hackathons, we've been in hackathons where we talk about climate adaptability and mitigation. So I think we can start the topic by talking about the differences between mitigation and adapting to the changing climate. Because whether we like it or not, if our mitigation strategies don't work, we will have to adapt to what is going on. So I think I'll say that for now so that I can give, or should I open the doors with a statement that brings the debate closer to home? For example, I recently did a focus group discussion in Baringo when I was collecting data, and their issue with climate change was the fact that the Lake Baringo, the water level is rising. And according to them, it has swallowed a lot of houses and a lot of land, which has led to the wild animals migrating from the regions around the Baringo and moving into people's households, where it has led to conflict between wild animals and human beings. I mean, hello, a lion wants to live in your house. So there is that issue. Although while I was saying that it's a climate change issue, someone was saying it's not a climate change issue because the lake is just reclaiming the space that it was holding around 75 to 100 years ago. So it's just a geographical shift that is happening. So I don't know, is that something you consider as climate change, or is it a geographical shift? Because it's also the same thing that is happening with Lake Nakuru. The entire KWS offices have been swallowed up by Lake Nakuru. A lot of the flamingos and the crocodiles and everything are showing up to people's doorsteps because some of the villages, schools and houses and estates have been swallowed. So when you wake up in the morning and you realize that the lake has moved to your doorstep, it's not just the lake that has moved to your doorstep. All the aquamarine animals that live in that lake have also moved to your doorstep because that is their new shore. So who does this property belong to? Is it yours, or does it belong to the wild animals? When it comes to the regulations of you can't hunt, you can't fish. There are specific areas of the lake that you cannot fish. But when you just, get your boat and get into the lake and you're fishing in one area and KWS come and tell you you are not supposed to be fishing here, we'll arrest you. And you're like, what do you mean this is right outside my house? The lake brought itself to me. I did not go to the lake. So what are the issues? How do we control that? And how does that become an issue of climate change and not an issue of the geographical shift in Lake Nakuru? I think that's what I'll say for now, and I'll pass it to you. I hope you are consulting ChatGPT.
I wasn't consulting ChatGPT. I am naturally intelligent, not artificially intelligent. However, I was consulting X. So I agree with you, and the thing I can say about the time I've been in the climate spaces, I used to be there, then I got out, I took a break a little, but the thing that I used to see is that first of all is the interventions and strategies. Kenya, we are one of those people. Unfortunately, every time we go to conference of parties, we speak the same issues. We are always poor at interventions. I take, for instance, the rains, just the recent rains. There are places which were just flooded in Nairobi, yet it was predicted that they're going to be flooding and everything. So, but most people actually happen not to know. So I think in creation of hackathons, in creating ideas, not only in climate, in terms of in adaptability, we also know like interventions, like we know it's coming. How can we know this time there's going to be floods? How do we know this time there's going to be drought? And then after that, we can happen to know what mitigation should we take over. Because when I look at the risk of climate change, and right now, since I'm in the disability sector, I realize it becomes worse when it comes to persons with disabilities, because we find help when they ask for mitigation, and when they ask for help, it is much harder for them. don't know if it's this mic. Okay, yeah, it's good. So you'll find it's much harder for persons with disabilities to receive help. They're the last ones to receive help. And you also find, let's say, the time when, okay, that flash. Just take the picture. The flash is, yeah. So, sorry, light is a sensitivity to me. So, when the times of the floods and everything, so you're imagining a person with a physical disability who uses a wheelchair, how is he able to cope up? Our roads itself are not inaccessible. Now imagine now our roads during floods. It becomes much harder. So I agree with the hackathon part. I also agree not only we look for designs that not only will be like, it will not like mitigate, not only mitigate, but also like detect the risk or the climate risk. If it's going to rain, at least we know it's a month from now it's going to rain, there are going to be floods, or a month of now there's going to be drought, or a month by now there's going to be a tornado or a hurricane or something. And we know how do we mitigate that issue and how do we mitigate that factor, and also on awareness towards the communities and everything. Is it that every time there's going to be a flood or a drought in certain areas, that's only when you're going to reach them? Or when now the land is fertile during that time, it's when now we are going to reach them during that time, so that after that, when the period comes, at least we are prepared on it. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm thinking like we are giving like the context. We are like what's already happening. Like we're saying, like he has mentioned something to do with how persons with disability get to be the most affected. And as per the question, we already know it's good for you to create the context of what's happening. And there was the hackathon bit of it where we get to integrate AI, where we get to integrate technology to come up with more like to come up with solutions to climate issues, right? And then you mentioned something about, I got something to do with early warning signs. When you integrate AI, maybe they can be a little bit accurate in that. So it's an integration of AI tools, or rather using AI or the technology and the traditional methods and coming up with more accurate and, how can I put it, like the forecast should be very, how can I put it, like real, and not like people guess there'll be rains and then there are no rains, people are evacuated and something like that. And then you also mentioned something to do with the earth, or rather the oceans or the rivers trying to reclaim their spaces or something. I feel that in its own, it's a climate issue, because tell me where these people, let's say in Baringo or in Nakuru, you grew up knowing that that's your ancestral land. You don't have anywhere to go, right? So you'll have, is there a way like the government, like, when you tell them evacuate these spaces because this is how the calendar looks like, there will be floods or there'll be drought or something like that, where are you taking them? Is the government giving them another solution? I mean, how issues to do with land in Vitukama are, especially in Nakuru, you understand? So as we have already created the context, and I think everybody knows how climate is affecting us. The young people, of course, it's the persons with disability, and women are actually the most affected when it comes to climate issues. And now we are looking at because if you look at Kisumu, is it Kisumu West? There's some places, it's in Awendo or Ahero, they have issues to do with the floods. You look at Baringo, it's extreme, both sides, it's drought and it's also flooding. When you look at, I mean, it's different counties have these different climate issues, but affecting them differently. And then you also have your experience, or rather what you have interacted with in as much as climate issues are concerned. You know how it has affected people. I mean, yeah. So we are looking at it. What solutions can we come up with? I mean, what ideas can we come up that can help? I mean, to counter this kind of effects, or rather, the issues that arise when these climate issues are happening, or something like that. Or rather, what issues can we do in order to like tusifike hiyo place yenye watu wanakuwa affected na hizi issues? You get it? I don't know. Okay, planting trees. I don't know why people don't like planting trees. Okay, I used to say it while I was in class 5. But I feel like people even plant trees nowadays. I think it has, I don't know. Somebody can take the mic and just, let's continue the conversation from that point. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'll just get us into now what the youth can do in terms of both mitigation and adaptation, because we're already in it. So we're meant to be adapting as we go along, but we can also mitigate further adverse effects, right? And it's a cross-cutting issue that we have to start from, okay, what are the causes of climate change? And then that will inform mitigation, right? So for instance, let's look at something like non-reusable sources of energy, or such things, right? As a young person, when I'm deciding to maybe get into business or something like that, being climate conscious, it would mean that in everything that I do, I have to kind of implement sustainability and from like a green point of view, right? So am I going to maybe use renewable sources of energy in my business or in my farming and all that? Or if I'm using water, what are some of the ways that I can, use such resources sustainably? I think it starts there. It's in us young people, in whatever we do, integrating ways in which we can both mitigate, where we can mitigate the effects, and then also exploring adaptation, techniques as we move forward. So I will start with agriculture generally, because everything revolves around food, if we're being honest. And for you to sustain populations and all that, there's a lot that needs to go into agriculture and sustaining that food supply. But I do feel that as young people, a lot of us are not in that space. And I feel like that's a starting point for us to also look into, because at the end of the day, the future is ours, and we're going to be here for such a long time. And so we also have to consider such things when we're exploring like careers or whatever. How can we go back to the basics so that we ensure that the future that we're working towards, we actually live it, right? So through agriculture, at home, we know that there are practices that a lot of times with subsistence farming, it's usually sustainable, but when it comes to large-scale farming, a lot of times the practices are not necessarily sustainable. So when we get into such spaces, can we explore ways in which we can partake in agriculture, but in more sustainable ways, so that we're maintaining that food supply while still mitigating climate change effects? That's where I would start, yeah. Like using solar and everything, yeah.
Yes, and then I was also reading somewhere about the solar energy. I think, okay, this information we look at it, because it's not like, it's more of rumors in the climate, where they say like when it comes to other energy, including the solar energy, the amount of energy that it's kind of regulated. I mean, it's to do with people who have businesses in the world of climate, where they don't want to, like all the matatus, not to use like petroleum or something like that. So they have to actually kind of regulate. I mean, it's not about now the good grain energy. It's more of now their own, making something like their own, businesses thrive and something like that. You carried your hand? Okay.
I also wanted to talk about that, and since my work is mostly in the northern parts of Kenya, the Mandera Marsabit, most of the time you usually find that climate affects them in both ways. When there is extreme rain, floods affect them extremely. When there is extreme sun, like drought affects them extremely. And as youth, there's always a way that we will think that all the time, all the years, we usually have projects in the northern areas, trying to give them food, trying to help them, I don't know, to like most projects are just to help them after what has happened. And thinking of it, usually find that we can use the disaster as a way of helping them to curb the next disaster. Like during the extreme rains and floods, we could have ways where we could do rainwater collections and ensure that during droughts we don't go back to the same boat that we don't have water, we don't have that. And looking at it on even places like Dubai, you see it's a drought area, or it's a place which they don't receive rain as much, but they really take advantage of every drop that gets there. And that's why you see they have their own beach, they have everything they have, while they have those extreme weather conditions. So even in Kenya we can take advantage of that, especially in those areas. And during extreme sun we could have solar panels, because even at this time we have the government say that we don't have enough electricity. Yet in the northern areas, sun day in, day out, even at night it's very hot, which we could take advantage of that sun and collect power to the solars and have backup. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kasmir from Green for Life. Green for Life is a book by Dr. Isaac Kalua. We are green for life because that is what we do every day. I'll start with sustainability in terms of mobility. We are doing electric vehicles, that is by auto parks. That is one of the ways we are trying to mitigate the issue of pollution, especially in the environment, because we've realized that every time that we talk about sustainable methods, sometimes yes, they're expensive, but when you look at the end goal of that is that there is more profit when it comes to benefits that you accrue to using vehicles that are electrified. I'll give an example. Getting a vehicle for 200 kilometers would take close to 3,000, 4,000. Getting the same vehicle that is electric will only cost you 400 shillings. A vehicle will spend close to 4,000 or 2,000 depending on the CC to get to 200 kilometers. The same distance for an electric vehicle, you only spend 400 shillings to charge that vehicle. Got you home? Yes. Awesome. So, cost of purchase, yes, is high. But when you look at the sustainability mode of that vehicle, is that you don't even go for service, you don't do things you don't have oil change, you only charge your vehicle and you're good to go and clean it. So that is one of the ways we are trying to maybe mitigate issues on pollution. Number two, we also do tree planting. Tree planting has been spoken about multiple times, even when we are trying to achieve the 15 billion trees. This is how you do it. Each one of us here, I think we are all below 35 years, right? If you start now, let's say you're 30, plant 30 trees, plant your age initiative. It's one of the things we do. You plant trees equal to your age. So you're 30, you plant 30 trees. You get to 31, so it's 30 plus 31. How many trees have you done? 61. Now, if we do all of us in this forum, do we even get to close to 15 billion trees? Yes, we do, right? In 5 years, we would be close to halfway if everyone took an initiative similar to that one. Let me speak about solar and wind. When you come to communities where everyone is using firewood, other people are using charcoal and whatnot, I'll go back to the ban on logging. Is anyone of you comfortable with what the government is doing when it comes to logging? Exactly. We have solutions coming to us, but as long as they go to the table, those who don't have interests of the community and the country in general, we go back to where we started. Karura Forest has been the best place to go and cycle, walk around, listen to birds, watch the river flow. Do we do that anymore? Thank you. Those are the issues we are going to live with. And trust you me, it's not even us, it's our kids. For those who already have kids, those kids will not be able to play in those areas. I am not ignorant of the fact that buildings are coming up every day, but the fact that we are the same people living in those buildings, go to Pipeline. The road from where you enter to the end is garbage. Yet we have county governments that are supposed to be doing that. But we are contributing to the same pollution we are trying to solve. Because if I live on 4th floor, other people 6th, other 12th, we are the same people dropping that trash around there. So mine is just to emphasize on tree planting, plant your age. Number 2, let's look for sustainable solutions and aspects of making sure that our environment is conserved. Thank you.
Yeah, and then something to do with the tree planting. I know it's about our lives or something, but can you introduce something to do with the incentives to the most person? Carbon credits. Yes, but again, green jobs. But again, the thing is, when you talk about and you delve further into carbon credits and you see the people actually benefit from it. Yeah, so I think there should be policies or something like that to make it very, add on that. Yeah, and then you see things like logging. If the president is the one who is, that's what I'm saying, politics and, because who is owning the largest logging industry in Kenya right now? It's the president, right? Yes, the government is the president, you understand? So I think we also need to elect leaders. This is one of the political leaders who has come up with something like Green Movement Party. I don't know whether it's more of, are you the one? Oh, all right, you're saying something about...
Just to add on what he said, when it comes to policy, happily, our government is very good in drafting policies. Implementing policies is the issue. And since I'm going to take an example, 2024 finance bill. When the youth learned on what the finance bill contained and everything, we went to the streets. Actually, we started teaching people like what the youth bill contains and everything. We went on the streets, then we got people to join us and everything. And ultimately, our goal in the finance bill, the president never signed it and everything. Although, yes, there was a lot of mishaps and everything, but at least the good thing about it was the fact that if us, the youth, come together and now look into the policy bills and also public participations, we will be able to solve a lot of things. Sometimes it's sad when sometimes it's sad you go to a policy place and you find a lot of old people. You're the only youth. You can count the youth over there. The rest of them are old. And you wonder, first of all, is it that we never invited the youth in here and everything? And the response is just one. We kept it in a magazine. Waliaka Daily Nation, and I'm like, people don't buy Daily Nation these days, but okay. So we need to know. There was a case, I think it was a case law that protected public participation, and they said as long as they do something to show public participation, it is effective. But we need to know these things. There are one day now on us, we need to level up. Every time we be able to know the information, and we be able to spread the information, and we may be able to even now join those spaces. Whenever they having meetings, most of the time it's Movenpick. Whenever they have those meetings in Movenpick, pia si tukimbie huko. Na tukai kwa hizo halls out na tusikie, what are you speaking about whenever you're saying about this environmental policy? There was this national drought management policy that they are developing. And it was shocking. I was the only youth actually there. There were not a lot of people, and no one knew about it. These people were so shady. They kept the advertisement a day before, and they kept it on their X pages. And when you look how many followers they have on X, it's very little. They had 64, 65 engagements. And then they invited fellow people, and then they invite, let's say, 1, 2 NGOs just to show equality. But that's what they tried to do. So as youth, we need to know this information. We need to be in that information. We need to be in those spaces. Ataka sasa tutaingia hizo spaces by force. Yeah.
Gone. Did you capture that? It's more of a mindset shift when it comes to climate issues, right? Yeah? Yes, youth in policy, and then again, it's something to do with young people. I've seen it so many spaces where we tend to kick out the old people. They will not go. So I think they will not go. So what we need to do is try to have as many young people in those spaces, and then you can only outdo people with facts. You can only outdo those people with ideas, innovative ideas, something new. And of course, kuna hiyo story ya technology, most of them don't understand. So me, I'm calling upon, it's more of an intergenerational kind of engagement, but with the young people more represented. You know what I mean? Yes.
Without the young people living there.
Yes.
All right, maybe to just add on everything that has been brought up. First, I want to bring about the aspect of one of the biggest challenges. We keep telling the youth to plant trees, and I'll look at you. Where am I planting a tree? I live in an apartment. So, I think there has been a lot of I'll speak about two things which have also brought about so many issues. When you go to the young people, even in the communities, they'll tell you, I live in a single room. So where are you telling me to plant a tree in my landlord's house? What are you telling me? So first we need to break down the myths on climate change, because there are so many myths. I think she spoke about the fact that someone told her that climate change does not exist. But you see, until someone has broken down what is climate change to you, and if you can understand it, some of us in Nairobi keep saying, right now, the weather is not the weather that we know Nairobi. And it's not about the weather, it's just that cycle has shifted. It's no longer the positive shift that was there. Right now, every other day, it's just, you wake up one day, he says about, it has been announced, the meteorological department, but they will tell you, next week it will rain, and it will rain. But then they will say, there will be a drought in 1 month, then it rains. So it has been a lot of shifts in the area, and then it becomes an issue, because if then you tell someone that that's being affected by the climate change, then they're like, okay, what is this climate change? Just telling me about rains and drought and all this, but it happens all over. But then if you go to a farmer, she spoke about agriculture. A farmer will tell you how we used to farm back then is very different from how we are doing it now. And speaking of agriculture, there are so many areas in which the youth can participate in. So are we showing the youth areas of participation in terms of you don't need a whole 2 acres or 10 acres for you to plant even your skuma or everything. There's so many agroecological practices, and even I would ask from this group, one, do we know about agroecology? Who knows about agroecology here? Yeah, so it's about 3 people. And agroecology practices is the #1 mitigation of agriculture when it comes to climate change issues, because that makes sure that everyone can be able to practice agriculture from the technology that we used to do. Ile ya kitambo kabisa unalima mboga hapo penye huko. I hope everyone can understand Kiswahili. Because I might mix. So there's a lot of misinformation out there on what climate change is. So there needs to be a guidance on people just understanding what are we actually talking about. Because we need to differentiate between climate change, between agroecology, between all these things. And the same way he's bringing about the issue of finance bill, if we are able to have a way to communicate to the youth, because when it comes to the finance bill, we saw a lot of technology being used to reach out to the youth. That's why we were all in the streets. Because I could open my TikTok and see someone speaking about finance bill. But right now, if you open your TikTok, everyone, when Raila passed on, may he rest in peace, everyone was speaking about him, right? But how many people are actually on TikTok right now, trying to get the youth to understand what is this carbon credit that he's speaking about? What are we talking about when we say go plant trees? Yet on this side, the government is saying cut down trees. We've banned the login. We've opened the login. So how are the youth being supported so that they can understand that if I understand this carbon credit and how it's helping me, I can talk to my grandmother in Ushago and tell her, I will come to your house and plant. I am 29 years, I'll plant 29 trees. I'm 30 years, I will plant another 30 years. Making sure that you're tapping into all the resources that we have from the time. Because he's speaking about public participation. But the youth wakiitwa mkutano wanauliza, kuna transport. Because time is a resource, right? We need the human resource. We need resources, funding and all that. Do the youth actually have funds to do all this? Do they have even that 400 shillings to put that, to shift into the electrical? Or do we then say, endesha bike, kwa sababu sasa wewe hauna pesa ya kununua gari? So how are we making sure that we are not also misinforming the youth, but we are tapping into their different areas of innovations? The other thing I wanted to speak about is adaptation. I think adaptation has been spoken about. She brought about the other aspect of geographical shift. Yes, definitely. Kenya falls also under the Rift Valley. And this is happening. I don't know, they said it's 1 millimeter per year or something, like the shift. But then that's why the lakes in the Rift Valley are going. They are sinking. The Rift Valley is sinking. If you do your research, you will understand. But I've told you it's like a very small shift, but that small shift is bringing a lot of issues. Because they said it's in like 100 million years, then Africa won't be the Africa we know. It will have split again. So how then are we making sure that we are actually understanding these differences? Because this geographical rift is also bringing issues to the community, and they will say, niyo mvua imenyesha kwa wingi, yet the rain will always keep coming every other year. But then the shifts will also happen. So how does a young woman in Baringo or a young woman in Naivasha who's experiencing floods understand this is an aspect of climate change, but also it's being brought about by the geographical shifts that are happening? Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Beauty Damaris from Afro Youth Care Group. I was supposed to talk about resources, but she has already elaborated that, and I'll just add only one point. Mine will I'll just talk about awareness. Awareness will never get old, because from personal experience, I can say I came to know about climate change when I was in campus. That's when I started to hear about climate action, the SDGs, and all that. So imagine if the same knowledge you have right now, you had the same knowledge when you were in high school or when you were still young. What difference would you have made? A lot. So let's start from educating our siblings, our cousins, those generations that are behind us. Because with the little knowledge that they may have, they may bring some innovation that you may not have imagined. From the organization that I'm with, the Afri Youth Care Group, we tend to mentor high school students on climate action, and we are trying to create a space where they can talk, just creating a platform for them to talk and learn about climate action at large. So in any capacity that you have, talk about climate change where you go, because this is something that is affecting all sectors. When you go to health, you go to agriculture, it affects all kind of sectors. So awareness, awareness, awareness.
Okay, my name is Cheryl Olal. I come from Homa Bay County. Just to speak on the perspective of awareness, let me surprise you, you talked of a hero. You know what we do in a hero, what people do there? Those people are, I don't know, it's ignorance or what, but then those people, they live in houses. When you go to the rentals, kuna kwanga miti zimewekwa hivi. So during the rains, wanaitana, they come together and they help people to put their things kwa manyumba, you know. And that one tells us that these people, they have lived to, like, they have normalized the status of the challenge. They know when it's floods time, this is what we do. Like, they have normalized to live with these things. So awareness is what we should do. Like, let's just pick on creating awareness. And what I think works best, we can leverage on digital awareness. We can use the social media platforms. Most of the youths are in social media platforms. Let me talk to specify on Facebook. We have a lot of youth, several youths on Facebook, and there is a day cannot go without you scrolling into a social media platform. So we can leverage on these platforms. We can create a hashtag, and we run away with these hashtags. We tweet them everywhere, and yeah, I know it's gonna work for us.
Okay, we are wrapping it up, but in the case of a hero, I think what can be done, or what I'm thinking about is, that's a community kind of, environment. That's their land. And then in these communities, we have wale watu wa kusema, community influencers, yeah? They don't have social media, they don't have anything, but before somebody does anything in that community, like nani anasema aje, ama nyar, sijui nani anasema nini. So I think it's also, we can call onto those people, and then we start having these innovative conversations with them. And then when we see, we can use them as cases of successful innovations, with them. And then they can now influence the community. They can influence in women groups in Chama, wakisema, you guys, are you listening? What's happening? These are the trends. We can start with these wababas and wazes that wao ndio wakusema kwa hizo vijiji. And then the same can also apply to, of course, with youths, kuna a little bit of trust. When you see young champions on social media, be like, wamelipwa or something, like how legit are they? So yeah, I agree with you. And we are wrapping it up, and I think she has something to say, and then we.
Okay, I think everyone has already said pretty much what I wanted to say, but I think I'll start with when she said awareness. Let me just start from there because it's easier. When she said awareness, sometimes we do not have, as youth, one thing I love about this generation is that we have digital, we have the internet, we have phones, and we can actually control what we actually see on social media. If there's something called algorithm. So if you're just going on social media to look at TikToks of some housewives in Kawangware and stuff like that, obviously that's what will become, recommended on you. But if you feed your mind into innovative, because there are very many innovative ideas that we have as youth in Africa and even in Kenya, but they are not out there. It's only us youth who can support each other, go to social media, amplify this so that they can be out here, you get. And just let's be action driven that way.
Again, when it comes to hackathons, someone had mentioned hackathons. This, someone said that we are the ones who are on the ground, who are bearing the brunt of the climate change, because if there is global warming, then it means that, especially watu wa Ushago, that means they cannot even farm, they don't even have food. You get something like that. But now when you encourage local innovation from the local youth who are there, like you tell them, hey, you see there's drought, but how about you come up with wash projects? You get something innovative. At least we have AI, we have internet. You can go and find this information online. You look at what have others done and what can I actually improve, or rather something that is adopting to like the local, because it's those local solutions that are going to lift the economy from the ground up. Because majority of these people who bear the brunt of the climate, they are the majority. You get, they're like over 80% of the people. Also, like when it comes to businesses, we need to tap into climate finance, blended finance, innovative, and open all these green bonds. And how can we do that? Adopt sustainability into our processes. Learn, anticipate climate change. What are the risks? How can we adapt and come up with innovative solutions? Because one thing is, these small and mid-sized enterprises, they're the ones that are normally underfunded. You get, because the investors right now, like, they're becoming very sensitive because they cannot invest in a small and medium-sized enterprise, mainly because maybe it's too risky to invest in it because they have no any sustainability measures. How am I going to invest in a business that's going to die in 3 years? You get, but once you anticipate all these things and take into consideration, there's something called ESGs right now, environmental, social, and governance standards. Integrate them into your, sometimes it's always expensive to integrate all sorts of things, but there's information online. For example, as we run such kind of programs, we're actually running one right now called Sustain SME program, helping businesses integrate all these models into their businesses. We also help the youth come up with climate smart ideas. There's someone who has said, what innovative ideas can we come up with? There's a lot of innovative ideas. And how do we identify them? Take this climate change as opportunities. See it as an opportunity. When you see waste, what can you do with waste? There's a lot of things that you can do with waste. Create valuable products, briquettes, energy, recycle it into innovative things, circular economy, climate smart agriculture, what else? Sustainable mobility and stuff like that. So we need to encourage this, and this way is how we are going to take Africa to the next level. Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, group, allow us to have one participant who's online who wants to at least contribute. Is that allowable?
That's fine.
Muindi, could you unmute yourself and give your contribution in 1 minute? Muindi?
I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The group one was really interesting, but we had left the numbers out today. I'm here just to share the numbers and our architecture in Kenya and Africa as a region. In Kenya, for every 1 million shilling invested in young green enterprises, yani hapo kila mtu tukichapa mita, we can create 30 sustainable jobs. Inamaanisha my youth working, earning, building, but not destroying. Those are some of the numbers we are looking at today. But backing this up, studies show that community projects with youth involvement have 40% higher sustainability rates. Now, nikisema 40%, this means when young people leave, projects don't just start, they stay. And one thing I've realized in this space, kuna youth who can access, but they can't influence. And others, they can influence, but they don't have access.
Okay.
How can we stop working in silos and ensure that there is cross partnership? And this is law enshrined in our constitution. Check Article 69, check the Climate Change Act 2016, the government work hand in hand with non-state actors, that is ourselves, the youth, the African Union agenda, which is being chaperoned by our Climate Development Strategy 2022-2032. Where are we fulfilling the law in all this? Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you, Muindi. And Kakala, can you take 30 seconds to also share something? Kakala, unmute yourself.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm a World Climate Change the chat, because most of them are given like can do more better. Sure. Because I believe everyone will practice the this, but don't know it. Personally, I would say that don't know that can move from right now we use matatus and the bodabodas to, but we can try and integrate the bicycle.
Okay.
One use options the youth cannot afford can afford the proper. So that's one let me change.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. And please, we request you to share that again in the chat because we did not hear you very clearly. But we've gotten a gist of what you have said. Thank you so much. And please stay online. Back to you.
Yes, thank you so much. You wanted to say something? And then we finish with Meshach. Yeah, to give closing remarks, and then I don't know. Do we don't have to do the points, right? You will do the representation, right? You represent the presentation. Sorry. Yes. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'll talk on behalf of the small SMEs. In climate change, there are opportunity for business. See, that is true. The lady that was seated here, she amesema hivyo. So, for example, like our farm, it's a company for waste management, but we redefine waste management and put policies, for example, zero dumping policy, to ensure that we reduce landfills to minimal, to ensure that no waste is dumped. Simnasikianga waste is valuable. Simnasikiaga hivyo. That is true. But you find that in waste management, most waste companies do the dumping. But if you can take that opportunity, redefine that sector, it can become an opportunity. And that's what we are doing. It's a youth-led organization. It's a startup, and we are doing it. It's not about saying, it's not about talking about it. Tukigoja gava ifanye itafanya? Haifanyi, si ni ukweli? So we take that action and start it. You just start it. Sawa sawa? Yeah.
My name is Haya Dennis. I run a company on waste management. I've had my intellectual relatives here who have also mentioned that on the same. Only my issue has been on the government. I don't know. I've not exported any other product, but I've tried export the waste, be it scrap metals, be it plastics. It is really difficult because one, people took advantage of it. A majority of the senior people in government utilizes it to transport drugs in the name, transport some of the drugs, smuggle drugs. So you find that when you're trying to do your business, you also already have a painting on the side. I think many people didn't know about that. Again, innovation, I think, is the way to reduce issues with waste. But we do not even have an environment innovation hub in Kenya. How are we going to hub these ideas? Which laboratories are we going to use to even test some of the ideas? Because number one thing is that the government is not passionate about this thing, as we may look at it. Because I've presented proposals on innovation hubs many a times, but it is met by ridicule and many other things. So I think the government first should have a goodwill at it. The government does not have a goodwill at it. So I think that is something that you people should know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The last, okay. No, he's doing the closing remarks, and then we're going for the photos. Is that okay? Yeah.
Okay. My name is Meshach Sisend, and I won't add anything, but I'll just call us to now act. We already know the points, what we need to do as youth. Now the ball is in our court here. Now we need to be ambassadors of climate. We've talked about awareness creation. Now we need to act to pass the information to other fellows who didn't make to have maybe time to participate in this conversation. So we are the one to go and share this information with them, so that we cannot like be like our country with good policies, but Vituko ground is different. Now let's take action. And just to close it, I will leave you with a quote that we do not inherit the art from our ancestors, but we borrowed it from the future generation. So our action today will either rule or rather improve the lives of the future generation. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are done. Back to you.
Fantastic. So, just quickly, let's go for group photo, and then we go for lunch, right? All right. So we take lunch for 20 minutes.
So online team, we are taking a group photo. And then after the group photo, we'll be proceeding for lunch. For how many minutes? And we are resuming at 1:40 after lunch. So you are welcome to stick around or just take a small break and enjoy your lunch.
discussion, group presentations. I just want representatives. Group 1, who is doing the presentation? You are the one doing the presentation, group 1. Group 2? Who is doing the presentation for group 2? Kama yuko hapa, enda umtoe kwa meza ya chakula. Ambia kuje. Ako hapa? Yeah, please tell him to come. The rest of the people will find us on our way to the end, to SDG Vision 2030. Group 3? Group 3? Who is doing the presentation for group 3? Yourself? Great. Group 4? Yourself? Great. Sawa sawa. Kijana mtanashati? Those guys are not even hearing. They're not even here. But I don't know where because we need to finish. We need to finish. As we wait for others to come, I think it's important I mention, maybe I didn't mention during the start, but I'm also an author of 4 books. But I have like 2 of the samples of the books that I've done. So I've written on Young and Bold, 20 life lessons for under 35, on life, purpose, and impact. So I have some few copies, if you want one. Copy goes for 1,000 bob. And then I've also written on public speaking and communication hacks. So if you want to build your capacity as a public speaker, negotiating in public spaces as well, you can get yourself a copy. A copy goes for 1,200. So if you want to boost your confidence in terms of getting into the public space, you can get yourself a copy. Right, so I want us to start with the group presentations because we don't have time and we cannot keep waiting for people who we are not sure if they're coming or not. So I'll want to invite the representative of group 2. I don't know where the Arnold. Where is the rapporteur? Yeah? Grouped. Yeah, we will not wait for them. If we have the representatives, yeah, the ones who are here, we are just going to go ahead. But Arnold, call Beryl. I think she's the most important person. So tumungoje ama tuanze. Tuanze. See, we are the left. Let's just proceed. So group 1, COI. Please welcome. As COI is coming, ladies and gentlemen, I want to request you listen to this very important announcement. I want you to listen to her, critique what she's saying, because she's really representing the voice of the entire group. But we can weigh into that conversation because the most important element is recommendations, opportunities, and challenges. So based on the lab of conversation you're having, what are some of the challenges in that SDG? What are some of the opportunities and what are the recommendations? And then the rest of us, please pay attention, listen in, so that we can make that deliberation richer and more impactful. Are you promising to do that? Okay, if you're promising to do that, snap once. Okay, snap twice. Okay, snap thrice. You're a good student. Welcome, COI. Yeah, so challenges, opportunities, and recommendations. Those are the key things that will be presented during the National Multi-Stakeholder Conference. Challenges, recommendation, opportunities. That's okay? Yes. Welcome. So also for the rest of the team, challenges, recommendations, and opportunities. You can start with whatever order that you want. Welcome. Let's put our hands together for COI.
Thank you so much, Okanda, and thank you to everyone here who was in these discussion groups and the breakout sessions. Naona cameraman bado hajarudi. Sasa sijui kama kuna photos. Nilikuwa nataka nianze kupose kidogo, you know. So that my LinkedIn can look good. Hello, nitie cameraman tafadhali. Si kila siku nang'ara hivi. It's just a little bit of humor also as people settle in. Najua tumekula saizi tumeshiba, the digestive system is a bit sluggish. So I may throw in a few jokes in here. You know, they are sprinkling a little bit so that you can laugh and be active kidogo. So some of the deliberations we had, I don't remember your name, we didn't introduce ourselves while you were there, but she had very strong points and she was a group leader. So we had one of the challenges being, I don't know if anyone has heard this, but there are people who say that climate change is a scam. Oh, sijakaribisha vizuri hamniski. So there is the challenge of convincing people that climate change exists, especially in our current economic environment. The challenge comes with sometimes what you're calling climate change is actually a geographical shift that is happening in the different regions and areas, and it's probably just but the earth doing its thing. So there was that, and there's also how to integrate artificial intelligence and tech into climate change, and especially when it comes to climate mitigation and climate adaptation, and the interventions that are available. We also noted that there are very few liable interventions when it comes to climate change, and also the policies that are created by the governments that are around. Actually, let's not even go so far away. Let's localize this and put it in Kenya. We've all seen the logging that is currently going on. We've seen flooding in Nairobi. I'm not sure whether we're going to blame that on climate change or urban planning. Yes, and also there was the challenge of the disabled people being the ones most affected when climate change happens. For example, when floods come, when they come to your house and you're on a wheelchair, how quickly can you evacuate? How quickly do you access help? What infrastructure has been put in? What resources are in place to ensure that people with disabilities do not suffer the most, or women within the scope of people with disabilities do not suffer the most when it comes to that issue, and how do we navigate it? So one of the things we were talking about is also migration and climate when it comes to disability, because let's say the weather forecasts state that there'll be floods soon and you're supposed to move or evacuate from the place you're in. How much resources do you have to move? Let's start there. Where are you going? For how long? Is this still going to be a place that you can take advantage of? So some of the mitigation strategies that were there is creating awareness and working together on early warning signs. That's why there are hackathons to ensure that youth come up with solutions that are good and solutions that actually help in creating sustainable change. There was also the issue of financing within the climate space. How many resources are governments or civil society organizations willing to set aside for climate change or to address issues associated with climate? So some of the causes we were talking about of climate change was using non-renewable energy sources. So there was that issue coming up. And again, we can say that this is not the only issue in this space, because there's also the issue of logging, which is actually happening in Kenya. Not just happening, but also approved, stamped, regulated, and with policies enabling logging in these spaces. Also, when it comes to agriculture, youth in the agricultural space, how are youths interacting when it comes to that? The land that is available, is it really still usable for agriculture, or have the resources or the nutrients of the soil too overused to make sure that the plants grow? Because agriculture now can't be compared to agriculture 30 years ago. A lot of things have happened that have changed the space of agriculture. So we are looking into agroecology, I think that's the term, and also exploring careers in the agricultural space for youths, and also how to ensure that there is sustainable subsistent farming. I think you know subsistent farming, the small scale kind of farming, and also implementing incoming solutions that are actually sustainable. Some of the solutions that are being offered in the climate space are actually a bit questionable. And also the extremities of climate change in some regions, such as the northern areas, where we get to see them experience either extreme drought or extreme flooding when the rain finally comes. Then there was an issue of sustainability in mobility. This was about the green cars. I remember a colleague was saying that when you have a car and you have to fuel it, going for 200 kilometers, I think he was saying that you could spend 3,000 to 4,000 Kenyan shillings of non-renewable fuel being diesel and petroleum. Ooh, we have lesser time. So when it comes to this, it was showing how sustainable it is to use electricity, which is around 400 bob for the same kilometers to move. There's also the issue of tree planting trees according to your age, where he was stating that you can, if you're 30, you plant 30 trees. When you turn 31, you plant 31 trees. But also, where is the space to grow all these trees? Because we also need land for housing, land for water, and land for all other things. And how much is too much? Because if the land becomes a forest, where else do we get land to till? Where do we get land to build our own houses? We're not just existing on earth so that we can have trees. We also need spaces for other things. There was also the issue of solar and wind, where, as we saw, Kenya recently removed the ban on logging. There's also exploitation in the areas of carbon credits. Thanks to the poor policy-making processes that are there. So we were talking about creating awareness on aspects of climate, resources to work on climate issues, and we were also talking about educating young people that are not 18 years of age yet. So bringing climate change down to the age of let's say 13 and below or 17 and below, ensuring that by the time these people are turning 18, they have solutions that actually work and are innovative enough to be funded. So there was also using community opinion shapers. These are people who, once they speak in the community, they're listened to, and the mitigation strategies that have been put in place are adopted. So there was coming up with wash projects in rural areas, especially for farmers, and tapping into financing the climate spaces. One thing we also had was architecture in Africa when it comes to climate change is really very different as compared to the other continents, with 40% retention of financing for youth organizations in Kenya, which I thought is a win for the youths in Kenya, because if we are retaining that amount of money in our organizations and actually creating change, it means that organizations in Kenya and Africa can grow further. So we also did have the issue of government on policy making and exportation of waste or scrap metal. This was an issue that was brought up by one of our colleagues, in that a lot of people are being taken advantage of in this space of exporting scrap metal. I did not even know such spaces existed. And the fact that they wanted climate hubs in Kenya and they could not find any to work with. And none of their funding, their proposals were being funded, especially when it came to having climate hubs in Kenya. So I think that is all, but the last statement that was stated is some of the supply chains created to export scrap metal are actually being used to export drugs, something I've heard in this room for the first time in my life. Apparently, Kenya is rich enough to smuggle drugs to other countries. So I think that was all from our groups. I don't think anyone has a question. I think we will open it up to the floor. Oh, you do? Yes. There are questions, so I am assuming you're the one who will address them? No. I address them. Oh, my God. Let me just, okay. Uh-huh.
If you are, if you're asking a question, make it as brief as possible, because we are out of time, right? Let it be a question that fits into, or a comment that fits into that. These mics are making a lot of noise.
Thank you very much. My question is just that I've just looked at what you people you just discussed, and to my point, I'm seeing that it is too skeleton, because you people, you've not discussed about aquaculture, but you've only talked about the agriculture part. What about the aquaculture in blueprint?
Pardon? What did you say? Agriculture? Oh, aquaculture.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, aquatic life. Well,
Right.
thank you so much.
Comment?
For
Question? We can pick.
Okay, sure.
Hi. Thank you for sharing the outcomes of your group discussion and the specific goal that you were discussing. Mine is more related to the first statement that you started with, which was, we know at times climate action, or rather climate discussions, feel like a hoax. So I wanted to ask, did you by any chance, or rather what's your take on the, do we call it a debate, right? Where we feel like suddenly all this talk in the global arena about green economies, blue economies, is like one way or another to slow down development of the African continent. Did you get that?
Yes, I understood your statement clearly. By the way, I'm not in the climate space. I do agree with climate being a scam, by the way, because I believe in human-centered digitalization. Again, my opinion, not my organization's. Eh? Thank you, but again, everyone has their opinion. There are people who don't believe in other things, and just because
it's okay.
I
I support
believe
you
in
in your.
it doesn't mean
you.
someone else can work on it and actually fix it. Unaona, I don't have to be everywhere for things to work. That's what I believe. So I'm sure there's an expert on that. So I've just had aquamarine. I've had that for the first time. Again, I've never explored the climate change space, green transition space. I was just summarizing what we said as a group. But I do know he's an expert, so if you're interested, he's in charge of green transition at the... He doesn't want to be stated, so...
Okay, so because I know the discussions around climate change can be a Pandora's box.
Yes.
And if we don't want to open the Pandora's box right now, but anyway, what we want to do is not to get into debates that will not lead us anywhere. We want to ask ourselves, even those who are feeling like climate change is a scam, they have something they're saying. So we are not here to say it's not a scam or it's a scam. All right? And then, just for purposes of us being a bit objective, we will going to be taking 2 questions per presenter. All right? If you have anything that, I hope, Arnold, we can also open a session where guys can share their views. You want to say something?
Yeah, I feel like this microphone is better. This one is producing an echo.
A lot of noise.
Yeah. So after these presentations, we'll get a chance to speak more. Yeah, so if we can finish with the presentations, and then there'll be more chance for the participants specifically to share input.
That's okay. All right. Thank you so much, Yowai. We can appreciate her together with Group 1. Group 1, simpigie mtu wenyu makofi. You have a question? Not a question? You can make it brief?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Okay, mine is not a question. It's a correction to disabled people, not disabled, persons with disability.
Yeah. All right. So let's go to Group 2. Group 2, who is the representative? This can get into a very hot fight here. And we don't have fire extinguishers. Welcome. Just come here.
Okay, good afternoon. So my name is Winnie Albert, a grassroots champion from grassroots organization operating together in sisterhood, that is Growth Kenya. Our focus was on the care lab, focused on raising awareness and driving dialogue around unpaid care work, tasks such as childcare, elder care, cooking, and cleaning, and mostly performed by women and girls without recognition or pay. So the participant explored how these responsibility limits women access to education, employment, leadership, and personal growth. So kwa unpaid care work, tulikuwa tunaangalia vile women in our communities are exploring, they are doing the responsibilities, but they are not recognized, or are even harassed in the community. Rudi, kufua, kuosha vyombo. So the work is ni mingi lakini they don't get enough time kufanya the jobs, sasa the paying jobs. With private sector and government to create family-friendly workplaces, e.g. daycare centers and flexible schedules. Number 5, empowerment through innovation such as tech-based solutions that reduce care workload, such as digital platforms.
So if you have any question, any comment, or anything you want to add to this conversation, please write it down, and then you will be able to say it at the tail end, so that at least you can be more objective. Thank you. Na ikuwe more specific. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sydney from the Youth Cafe, and I'm here to present on behalf of Group 3. And we are focusing on the Innovation Lab, and we are gonna be focusing on SDG 8, SDG 4, and SDG 9, and I think by now you know what they all mean. So we have been told to give challenges, opportunities, and recommendations. So I'm gonna start with the challenges for SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth. So one challenge that it faces is limited market readiness, and many youth innovations, they lack clear business models or market validation, therefore making investors skeptical. We also have access to finance. This is a topic that is clearly talked about in every forum, every UN conference, any conference. Access to finance is actually a big challenge when it comes to innovation. We also have skills mismatch. Youth often have creative ideas but limited entrepreneurship, management, or technical pitching skills. And the pitching skills will be presented by her so that we can, show you how you can give your beautiful innovation pitch to either beneficiaries or the people who are going to give you the finance to support your innovation. And then for technology, which is SDG 9, we have gender and inclusion gaps, where we have women and marginalized groups who lack often access to STEM education, networks, and funding. And then we also have weak innovation ecosystems, where we have lack of incubators, accelerators, and research industry linkages, which reduce collaboration and support. And I'm gonna go to education. We are still under challenges. We have outdated curricula, and in this, we saw that education systems often lag behind the needs of the digital and innovation-driven economy. I'm gonna go to opportunities real quick because I don't have time. And I'm gonna focus with SDG 8. So one of the opportunities that we have is regional trade integration. We have initiatives like the AFCFTA, who have opened new markets for scalable youth-led enterprises. We have demand for innovations in renewable energy, recycling, and digital services. And we have donors and investors who are increasingly seeking social enterprises that promote decent work. We also have opportunities in technology, which is SDG 9. We have AI, and that could be an advantage and a disadvantage, but I look at it from an advantage perspective and an opportunity. You can ask the question later, why? And then we also have innovation hubs. There was a recent AfriLabs event that happened at the United Nations office, and it just gathered every innovation hub in Africa, and that was a very great opportunity for innovators. So you can literally just scroll online and you will find so many opportunities, especially if you are a young innovator. And then we have global funding calls. We have opportunities from UN agencies, EU and development partners supporting digital and industrial innovation. And this is where I'm gonna do my pitch from the Youth Cafe. So the Youth Cafe is developing a youth innovation playbook. I am the lead who is going to be developing the playbook. And we are currently looking for case studies. So if you have had a successful innovation or something like that, especially if you're below 35 years, at the range of 18 to 35, even if you're above 35, that's fine. Your innovation was still successful. So we're just looking for case studies so that we can develop that playbook. And that playbook will be guiding the training that we're going to be doing next year on, just equipping innovation skills on youth between the age of 18 to 35. Yeah. So if you want to do a case study or something like that, please come to me, give me your number, and then I'll send you the survey. And I'll just give the next presenter. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anita Wendo from Aging Smarter Initiative. And I'll be presenting on the pitching that we did as a group. So we agree that for the youth pitching to be effective, it is important to have innovative and informative mindset. So every idea, it should be clearly identify the problem it wants to solve and stay in line with the goals and target audience's needs. And then we also highlighted that a good pitch should have a human-centered approach, showing how the innovation will impact people's lives in real ways. So the person pitching must understand the problem deeply, and so that they can convince others of the potential benefits. Also, when pitching, showing success stories. So these real examples help build credibility and inspire confidence in youth ideas. Lastly, we say that when pitching, there should be sustainability. Like, how will the pitch itself go about over a period of time? Will it last? Is it something for a short period? And then we also said feasibility and visibility, like how realistic and visible the solution is. Scalability, how it can grow from a small step to an international level, and also presentation. So we should keep it simple, clear, and engaging. So in short, youth innovation should not only be creative, but practical and people-centered, with the right support and mentorship and confidence. Young people can drive real change in education, jobs, and technology.
Also, I wanted to add something. When you're given your innovation pitch, please don't forget to address the gaps in your innovation pitch. Please do research. Actually do research. Go do interviews. Go do groundwork. Because you can't tell people that I want to do this, I want to create this whole thing, yet you don't know what you are, informing or something like that. You should have the gaps. You should address the gaps, the situation, and then what impact do you want your innovation to do? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We can appreciate them better. Before we go to group 4, we really ask you to, if you have not signed this form that has the face logo, please make sure you see, what's your name? Make sure you see Jamila. She'll be seated at the back. Where will you be seated? At the back? She'll be seated at the back. Please make sure you sign this form before you go home. Yeah, right now. Actually, right now, just walk, go sign, and then come back to your seat. Yes? Oh, you've not had. So I'm saying, I know we have been signing a number of forms since morning, but make sure that you have signed on this form by face. If you had signed, you don't have to sign again. Yeah. But if you have not signed, please make sure that you sign. Ilikuwa na Kiswahili, barua pepe, sahihi hizo. Yeah, possibly you saw that. Group 4. We are finishing this conversation. Group 4? Okay. We are done with group 1, 2, 3. So.
Good afternoon. So our session was a debate, and the question was, should youth be mandatory involved in all policy tables? So we had three answers: yeses, nos, and on the fence, sorry. So for the yeses, some of the answers were the youth should be involved because they are the answer to today's problems, today's and tomorrow's problems. They bring out solutions because times are changing, and the older generation needs to accommodate the youth in policy making decisions. And another one is the youth are the majority, and they're also the backbone of the country, so you can't involve them, you have to include them. And as the saying goes in the people with disability, yes, nothing for us without us. It's all about inclusivity. So you can't make decisions for the youth without the youth being on the tables. And the other answer was, first of all, as youth, we need to understand what is the policy making process. There's identifying, agenda setting, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. If we understand what this process is, then we will know how and when to be included. So the answer is the youth should be included, should be able to understand, to be able to be included in these policy tables. And it's all about bringing youth professionals. You're not just bringing the youth, but people who are professional, people who are intellectual, to cover the intellectual gap. And onto the nose, some people did not agree because the answer was the youth should not be involved. It's not mandatory for the youth to be involved in these policy tables because some youth lack the necessary skill set. Yes, pardon? It's okay? They lack the necessary skill sets and the experience to make decisions in these tables. And also, the youth should be able to bring meaningful engagement. You're not just participating, but your participation has to be meaningful. And also, we should also incorporate the intergenerational perspective. The perspective of the youth and the older generation still matters in those tables. And another no is because there's a lot of financial constraints when involving the youth. So the constraints it's not necessary to involve, it's not mandatory to involve the youth because of the restrictions. And another is the technical expertise. We lack the youth, we lack. It's not my personal opinion, it was what the group debated, and these are some of the answers, that we as the youth lack the technical expertise that are required when making decisions on policy. So that's like another reason why the youth should not be involved. It's not mandatory. Yes, the key word is mandatory. Okay, we understand each other? Yeah. So for another yes, it was the youth being involved is another opportunity for them to learn for the older generation. So it's an opportunity for you to be mentored and trained. So even when you have the technical expertise and the experience, you're able to make better policy making decisions because you are trained and mentored by someone. But the gatekeeping does not make sense. That brings me to the next point of affirmative action. Please, this is not my personal opinion. It is the group's. Yes. So affirmative, the answer is why another person in the group disagreed is because affirmative action does not work. It does not include me and you, someone from the middle background, lower background, but it only works for the people who are already in those systems. For maybe someone wants to employ their niece, their nephew. That's only when affirmative action works. I know some of you believe that affirmative action works, but this is just another person's opinion. So another one is Another yes. Another yes.
Wanaume ya who? Wanaume wanaogopa. Wanaume wanaogopa mic. Any other person? You want? Okay. Any other addition, question, comments? Oh, that's amazing. So we have come to the end of that group presentation section, which is one of the most important part of this youth pre-conference, because it ushers us into your world, into what you do, and exactly where you want the world to go. And therefore, I think we will close it at that. I'll want to invite Arnold, who is going to take us through a segment, because you had mentioned that, was it you or someone, what happened last year during the National Multi-Stakeholder Conference on SDGs. So Arnold is going to give a review of the 2024 pre-conference, the challenges that came up, the opportunities and recommendations. And then we will be mashing them up with what we have already discussed. And then we are going to come up with a template or the discussions that will have come from this conversation that will be funneled into the coming National Multi-Stakeholder Conference on SDGs. So I don't know if, Arnold, you're ready to do that in the shortest time possible so that we are able to finish in good time. I hope we are still tweeting. Anyone who has done a tweet? Okay, how many of us were on Twitter? Or X? Yeah, we need this conversation going. I've not seen any. We need to have many people tweeting. If you don't know how to tweet, COI can show you how to tweet. Yes, let's keep tweeting. You wanted to say something? A question. So let's watch it ski. Yeah. Oh, you've already tweeted. How many tweets? Oh, 3. Wow, you're doing well. You need to get a bottle of water. Yeah, like you're doing so well. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So we are coming to the end. I'm just buying time as I wait for Arnold. Okay. You'll do it from here. So Arnold is going to do the presentation from here.
So thank you so much. Can we give Okanda a clap for leading that session? And all the presenters. Let's give all the presenters a clap kindly. Yeah, so I'm going to lead this session from here. I request that you allow me. And just a small note to the online audience that we had a small challenge with power, but we believe that now you can hear us and see us clearly, and that this conversation will still be accessible online as it is being live streamed. So I would like to respond to one of the questions that was asked earlier about why we've not carried out this. I hope we are together. If you can hear me, clap once. Especially at the back. If you can hear me, clap twice. Yes, so I hope we are together. There was a question that was asked on why we haven't carried out this pre-conference in a county. Like, for example, which county? Which county do you want this conference to be held? Trans Nzoia. Which other one? Kwale. Another one? Nakuru, Makueni. Okay. So that requires us to be able to raise resources to take it to a place where it can be accessible to other young people from those regions and other regions of the country. And that is why we are calling upon you and even other stakeholders who would be willing to support these important conversations to stay in touch and see that we can be able to keep this pre-conference going. It's not that we don't wish to do it there. We actually really want to do it there. However, we are limited by resources and that. But if a young person has had access to internet, for example, you realize that today you can be able to engage even online from where you are. That is a step that we've managed to get thanks to the great stakeholders who put this together. And also you can still access the recording later. That is still a step. And that we've been able to get United Disabled Persons of Kenya to also reach out to young persons with disabilities. And I'm really glad that we've been able to make steps towards leaving no youth behind. So again, just to notify you that the link that we sent to you earlier now has some of the photos that you can access and use for your social media engagement. Remember, the hashtag is #MyYouthNaSDGs and #RaceTo2030. So, as you heard earlier, we've had this pre-conference 3 times. This is the 4th time, and every time we check on the progress that we are making, and it's cumulative. It's cumulative. So what I'd like to share with you now is what we came up with last year, and we can check together whether we've been able to achieve that, and then we'll share recommendations that will be taken to the main conference on how we can engage next time. So I'm just going to share. For the participants in the room, I'm going to describe this for you. So last year we had approximately 150 physical participants gather at the Kenya School of Government, and hundreds of others engaged via online and live engagement, and the objectives were the same, and those participants hailed from at least 33 counties, and that pre-conference brought together approximately 100 youth organizations, institutions, and groups. And that time we checked on how we are doing on the annual national SDGs engagements for the previous year, which was 2023. And we realized that the recommendation that young people should actively engage in multi-stakeholders conferences, that is something that is being achieved as time goes by, but it's still held. It is a recommendation that young people still had. Secondly, young people wanted to be recognized as important stakeholders in the process and be able to collaborate with other organizations in SDGs work, and we felt that that was on track. We also requested for establishment of structured way of meaningful youth engagement and participation in various organizations and programs. That was on track. We also requested that stakeholders can deliberately create avenues for youth to learn, solve problems, and innovate. We felt that that was on track. There was also implementing SDGs initiatives kwa ground. As you know, kwa ground vitu ni different. So as far as implementing SDGs initiatives kwa ground is concerned and at the grassroots level, we felt that it was on track. However, much more needs to be done. And then there was a recommendation that sustainable development education should be included in school curriculums, and the reports, for example, the voluntary national reports should be disseminated to reach more young people. We felt that that recommendation still held. So we highlighted some challenges, but I'd like to, we highlighted some challenges, opportunities, and recommendations, but I'd like to move to the recommendations so that together we can check whether these recommendations, do we feel like in the past year, these recommendations have been met? Because these are what were given at Kenya School of Government last year when we gathered. And we have 7 recommendations. So the first one was, we should advocate for youth involvement in developing homegrown policies and SDG implementation, and ensure that youth representation in national, international SDGs committees, and create channels for their voices at all levels. Streamline the youth funds and local initiatives that drive SDGs. So I'd like to get 2 quick reactions on that particular recommendation. Very quick reactions. Do we feel like that has been met over the past year? That youth involvement in developing homegrown policies and SDGs implementation has taken place, and that we have ensured that youth representation at national, international SDGs committees, and that there are channels for youth to raise their voices at all levels. Let me hear from you. Do you feel like we've achieved that over the past year? Someone to help me pass around the other microphone, please. After we go through the recommendations, then we'll get to the closing of the forum today.
Any question?
Actually, the question is, do you feel like this recommendation has been met? Are we together?
I would say it is work in progress.
It's work in progress?
Yeah.
So it still holds? It is on track?
Yeah, sure.
Do you feel like it's on track? Let me hear from who? I know your name, so I'm going to go. Let me hear from Matthew Ochanda. Bring the microphone this side. Matthew, tell us.
Thank you. My honest view and opinion is that it has not been fully realized, and for the simple reason that since the last year's conference, there needed to have been a convergence of sorts by the same youth or the leaders of different agencies and organizations around this line to follow through. So the lack of follow through has brought us to where we are. And all that has been happening definitely in government and political situation has not also provided a convenient forum within which very important issues that affect youth and different organizations really matter. So the trajectory that has taken is, you all understand where we are at, and therefore important matters have been put on the periphery, really causing us almost to mark time. And so this forum was vitally imperative for us to regather, re-strategize, and to see, now that you only have 5 years to go, what do we need to do? And definitely, depending on government, we might be on this particular place for a long time. So we need to come around with different agencies, stakeholders and partners to see how they can facilitate and enable us to follow through the deliberations and the findings to bring them to life, so they don't end up just being good findings, resolutions on paper without follow through to their implementation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthew. Let's give him a hand. Thank you, Matthew. So I'll move to the next recommendation, which was simplified application processes. That we should push for simplified application processes and clearer communication on available opportunities for young people, and create platforms where young people can easily find information about grants, scholarships, various initiatives. What do we feel about that recommendation? No, I would like to hear from the Kenyan Mimi team. I know you're looking at me. Let's hear from you. Your experience in this regard over the past 12 months. Regarding access of young people to various opportunities, they could be grants, scholarships, programs, initiatives, and so on.
Okay, good afternoon. I'd say similarly here, the outcome has been the same. It's still work in progress. There's been notable progress in terms of sharing some of these opportunities in at least the different spaces that I've been able to interact with. But the gatekeeping phenomenon is still something that's quite prevalent, so probably something to work on as you get towards 2030. I think something that has been talked about a lot is collaboration. This includes even the access to opportunities that you're talking about. We still need to collaborate more, make sure that this is accessible to everyone. So good progress so far. I think it's changed very much even compared to last year, but we can do more, we can do better. Thank you.
Let's give him a hand for that contribution. So let me hear from Sandra. Please pass the microphone to Sandra.
Hi. Oh yeah, sorry. So I also feel, yes, there's work in progress, but then an experience is also around how, if it's donors, governments still don't have that much trust in the capacity of young people. So even in terms of funding, you'd get, there's a lot of ish in funding, like youth-led organizations and all of that. And of course, there's a lot of pushback also from, yes, but then I love the fact that there's sort of like a movement building kind of thing within youth-led organizations. So coming together to voice that, you know, young people can also lead, young people can run programs and all of that. But then something I'd want to challenge all of us as young people here is also just thinking around the intersectionalities of young people, because we are all young people, whether we are refugees, whether we are women, whether we are men, whether we are persons with disabilities, we are all young people. So when you're talking about young people, then speak for every young person. So I think that's still something, like you'd hear people really pushing for young people, but then it's not young people in their diversity. So how do we work together as a collective to represent the diversities of young people? Yeah.
Thank you. Let's give Sandy a clap. Thank you very much. And Sandy, there is a quote by you that I remember very profoundly. I think you already know that quote. Could you also share it with us?
A quote I love using, or we love using in our space. I know you know half of it. The one which we usually say, nothing for us without us. But then we added another Kim phrase. Anything for us without us is against us.
Can we say that all together?
Nothing for us without us, and anything for us without us is against us. Yes.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give a clap. Thank you for that input. I'd move us to the next recommendation.
Hi, Arnold. I know you can't see me, but my hand was raised.
Well, I can see you.
Oh, so it was intentional, huh? Well, I'll still speak because I've been given the mic. Thank you.
All right,
so,
make it brief.
According to my experience, I got the pleasure of being exposed in being a judge in a panel where we were giving out funding. And one thing I learned about the criteria is sometimes when you oversimplify it, you get youth organizations that do not deliver at par, and this gives the youth a specific, how do I put it, an assumption or an emotion is created about working with youth-led organizations, especially when overpromise and underdeliver. So while we simplified applications, can we also at least try and train to meet the criteria? It's good to learn at work, but also learn that while learning from the work, it could also melt your brain. And it's dangerous to be in a space where everyone is looking up to you, but you're not delivering. So it's also okay to create room for us to train ourselves to meet the criteria that is needed. Because just there's a reason why they put those there. That criteria will be your key performance indicator. And if you cannot meet it, you will be rated according to how you've offered your services or how you've done your activities. So it's something as youth we should be creating room for to learn. So while you're looking to have those criteria, there's a reason why they want someone with 10 years.
For volunteering. Please pass the microphone to the gentleman there.
Okay. Sorry. Repeat the question. The comment.
The recommendation was implement development initiatives, build infrastructure, share opportunities in rural and hard to reach areas. And especially to the young people who are often marginalized.
Yeah. Okay, do I give my...
Yes, please, how do you feel? Have we been able to reach the young people who are marginalized or in hard to reach areas in the recent past?
Okay, for me, because where I come from, there is many people with different abilities. See disability, disability, different abilities, and they don't know about all these things we are learning here. Even they have not attended such kind of this forum. So if you can try, kwanza kwa vijiji si estate vijiji ndio you can reach out for them haraka juu wamejificha huko. Yeah.
Nani wamejificha ama wako tu huko?
Yani wako huko like wajulikani.
Hawajulikani. Si wamejificha. Hawajajificha.
Juu
Nieti
hata niseme hivi juu hawana pesa ya kuenda estate.
Yeah.
Naona?
Yeah.
Wana kazi mzuri yani most of them they are not working. Naona? Watu anawadegrade juu ya condition yao. They're in rural areas.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's give him a hand, please. Thank you for that very important feedback. Can we have one more? And then we move. Let me hear from Caroline Chelimo. Just there where you are, Brian. On your Nimako.
Can you come again with the question?
Have we been able to reach the young people who are in hard to reach areas, like rural areas, in the recent past?
I don't think we have reached the full capacity, but it is work in progress.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. I'll take that input and I hope the rapporteur has captured it. I request us to move to the next recommendation, which was youth autonomy in leading projects and inclusivity. The recommendation was to advocate for autonomy of youth-led initiatives and inclusivity in key decision-making processes, that youth should be seen as partners and not just beneficiaries. Do we feel like we've reached a place where we are considered equal partners or collaborators and not just beneficiaries of activities or projects or initiatives?
Allow me respond
Yes,
to
yes,
that
Brian.
recommendation,
Mhm.
yeah, I think all this is something that, though we can't measure the metrics of how we've come so far, I feel like there are many things that are improving. We are seeing a lot of things making sense right now. Youth being called for partnerships. For like now, I mean, there is a lot of calling within ourselves to network and even partner with all the organizations within, sharing what we do. And even someone coming out of this pre-conference today would go with a network whom they'll continue networking with and even building that partnership towards our 5th pre-conference next year and even the conference later this month.
All right. Thank you so much, Brian. And let's clap for Brian for that input. So I'd like to hear some input from, I'll just come to you. I would like to hear your feedback on this. Please pass the microphone to the gentleman here in the middle.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
I hope I just want to echo what some of my friends have already said. It is just that it is still in progress. It has never been confirmed that it has reached to the main objective. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And please pass the microphone to Sandra. I see you want to say something.
Let me speak because now nimeongea sana, hii ni ya mwisho. I would say in terms of partnerships with other organizations beyond us as youth-led organizations, I don't think we are doing very well. And why I'm saying so, other organizations would reach out to youth-led organizations, but then the terms, it's not equal partnership. And when we talk about partnership, then it has to be shared decision-making, shared resource allocation, and I haven't seen that happening yet. So we get called to partnerships, but then it's not on equal, the terms are not on equal, yeah. So I would say here, kuna mushki kidogo.
All right, thank you, Sandra. And let's give Sandra a clap for that.
There is one.
Yes, let's hear a quick one from you, please. Go
okay.
ahead.
So my name is William.
Yes, William.
Nyambeka from Kisumu Youth Watch Parliament. On the matter of partnerships, I can say there has been slight improvement in terms of partnering with youth-led organizations, specifically in monitoring the SDGs. A very good example is the Kisumu Youth Watch Parliament partnered with WWF this year to actually report on the progress of SDG 651 in Kisumu County, which is the first ever county reporting done in this country, and it is the first ever youth-led. So they were only giving us technical backstopping, but they left us to do everything. They guided us, they gave us the template, and then we did everything from data collection, mapping the stakeholders, doing the reporting, and they only did the technical backstopping. So I think there are a few of those which are coming up, which is an improvement, and I think such should be encouraged, so that they can also develop the capacity of the youth to continue doing that even after the partnerships end.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's give him a clap for sharing. And as you may or may not know, before the voluntary national reviews, we have the voluntary local reviews, VLRs, and that is now where the county level reporting falls under. And I'm happy to see that you and other young people in Kisumu have been able to do that. And even in the coming days when our country will be, every year, of course, we review our progress, but there is that time when we do the voluntary national report. It would be great to see your input captured in those particular reports. So allow me to move to the next one. We have 3 left, and then, so the other recommendation was to foster cross-sector partnerships and collaborations between youth groups, SDGs advocates, and organizations that align efforts towards shared goals. This is more of collaboration, and I see that it kind of feeds back into what we've spoken about. But Johnson, I saw that you had something you wanted to say. The something has passed. It was for the other recommendation, for collaboration or partnerships. You can still mention it because this point touches on it as well. Very briefly.
Okay, as someone who has been part of the 4 pre-conferences since 2022, this year we are seeing Center for Multiparty Democracy coming on board. So we've been able to look at SDGs from different dimensions in terms of how is SDGs looking like in terms of implementation at a governance level. What are the role of our maybe political parties and our maybe county and national leaders? Again, when it comes to collaboration, there's something I've been mentioning a number of times. We need to strike a balance between us young people and the old generation, because at the end of the day, most of these offices, who are there? The old generation. So just striking a balance, at the end of the day, we are 70% young people, but we have children included in those statistics that we are being given. So it means even if we were to vote for a president, we still need numbers from other generations. So maybe trying to look at it in those different perspectives. And then the last thing, Arnold had mentioned, would have loved to bring this pre-conference to Kisumu, to Coast, and a number of counties, but because of resources, we are not able to do that. But those of us that have gotten chances to come for this pre-conference, I know you represent a community. So as we are talking about the information being complex, those of us that have gotten a chance to go to universities, why not step up? And then when you go to your community, then you break it down. So that, yes, some things are not happening, but at our level, there is something we are doing. Sindio? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Johnson, for sharing. And in addition to that particular stakeholder, there are also others whom we gladly appreciate again for coming on board to make sure that we have this pre-conference. I would like to hear from Selene on the aspect of collaboration and how youth initiatives. Yes. All right. If you do not have an input on that, who else has an input on that they'd like to share? Matthew?
Yes, maybe just to add, it's a critical component. All the 17 SDGs are anchored on the last one, which is partnership for goals. They are so interrelated from SDG number 1 to 16, so much so that none of it can stand by itself. And that brings down to the representation of those of us who are all here. Different agencies, different organizations, and grateful for Arnold and Champions for SDGs for really bringing us together. And so I think it's high time we harnessed our different strengths, leveraging on our networks so that we can realize the common goal, which is the successful realization of the different SDGs that we are championing in our different quarters in our smallest of ways. Definitely not all of us can be in Nairobi, but the evolution really came as a blessing to ensure that you don't necessarily have to be in the city to really benefit from these opportunities. But through partnership collaboration, we'll be able to really realize them. So as Team Environment Kenya, which I represent, I'm glad and grateful to really have organized a similar conference 2 weeks ago at the USIU. And many people came from all walks of life. And before that, from the 1st of October to the 17th of October, we literally had a campaign, online and physical and virtual, to break down every of the 17 SDGs, really trying to understand, to explain, to have them very relatable to the lowest of people in the community. So it's a challenge that we could want to take all as a team, as individuals, to ensure that we don't wait for help that will take forever to come our way, or even it might never come. The help that we so much needed is right here. Yes. And you have done very well to really represent us and to really bring us together so that we can we can challenge the fires from amongst us to ensure that we realize these changes. We can. We don't wait for government. Me and you can. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Let's give Matthew a hand. And yes, you are right. I've heard about the activity that you did from Miss Florence, who will speak to us a bit later. And I know that you're doing important work. Please keep it up. And let's move to the next point, which is create youth entrepreneurship programs and opportunities that provide training, skills development, and financial support for youth. How do we feel about this? Do we see more entrepreneurship programs, opportunities, focusing on training and building skills that are relevant for young people? Where is Brian? Oh, please pass the microphone to the great lady here. No, at the back. Yeah. Use the microphone so that I can hear you.
Come up again, kindly.
I was asking you, do you feel like in the recent past, especially in the past year, that we've had youth entrepreneurship programs and opportunities that have really built the skills of youth?
Personally, I can say that we are actually trying, but we've not gotten there. Because, for instance, there are programs that will help the youth, but the youths have not yet gone through the training and don't really understand what needs to be done and why they need to be in the programs. I want to give, for example, the current project, ongoing project for the government, the Nyota. When you ask a lot of the youth, they have applied, but they want the grants for their personal use, not for the thing that, or the aspect that the government wants them to understand. The government is trying to pull them out of unemployment and making them become self-employed. But most of them are actually getting the grants for their personal use. Mtu ashapanga anataka kwenda amepanga trip. Anaenda. No, 50K haiwezi fika. Sorry for that. Mtu amepanga tu trip, while the money can be used to help them. So I feel in as much as there are people that are willing to come through for the youth should also be ready and willing to grow. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's give, could you just introduce yourself? Just tell us your name and where you're from.
Apologies. My name is Lucy Siombua from Kitui County.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucy. Could you please pass the microphone to the great gentleman in a cap right there? First to him, and then we'll come back. I would love to hear your views on this point.
Come up again. Come up again, please.
Are we together? All right. Do we feel like over the past few months, we've had entrepreneurship programs and opportunities that have built the skills of young people, be it training or otherwise?
First, my name is Jespat Manzia. Regardless of the skills, as for now, youths are referred to these what collar jobs. They do want to the skills. In the economy of Kenya, what is just needed is just skill. But the cost is a little bit too high, so we have not to access it. So the chances are low.
All right. Thank you for sharing that point. Let's give him a clap. And then pass the microphone to the lady here.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Sherry Lolal from Homabay County. I think I have a contradicting idea when it comes to that. in as much as in the recent past we've had opportunities, or rather the skills or the trainings, the government may be trying, but it hasn't explored because we still have the youths in the mashinani. Let me give an example of where I come from. Honestly, we are not open to these opportunities. They may be there, but then I don't know the channel that they use to select those people who are eligible for those trainings, or rather the skills. Speaking of the Nyota program, the government hasn't still done it as it should be done because they limited some of us. The government is like, the loan is for people who have not exceeded Form 4. How many youths have exceeded Form 4 na hawana jobs? Tuko wengi. You see, they have still doctors outside of that, and I feel that there is still a job to be done.
Thank you for sharing. And just before you give the microphone, do you feel like there is any other opportunity or program besides the Nyota that you can highlight, or that you've heard of?
That I've heard of. Personally, no, I've only heard that there is for single women. I don't know even if it's true or it's false. So somebody like me, I'm like, let me wait for single women. I'll see on how to squeeze myself there. If it doesn't have limitation for education, we'll go for it, because Nyota, haikuwa na you are married, you are single, you have kids, but ilikuwa ujaenda past Form 4. Now that nimeenda past Form 4, nitangoja hiyo single women na niende niseme I'm a single woman.
Even when you are not?
But I need the money. I'm also a youth. I need to empower myself.
Okay. All right. Thank you for sharing your views. Please allow me to move to the next one. But after that, I'll just allow like 2 or 3 more open contributions, and then we get closing remarks from Ms. Florence. So there was a recommendation to include more young people, include more youth representatives in the Interagency Technical Working Committee on SDGs. We recommend that 1 or 2 youth representatives of youth-serving organizations should be included in the Interagency Technical Working Committee on SDGs implementation and review in Kenya. Who has engaged on this and can comment? Brian, please pass the microphone to the gentleman at the back.
I'm Beckham. I'll speak from the disability perspective. I still feel, even though we have, there is some baby steps, I still feel inclusivity in terms of youth with disability in these spaces is still not yet achieved. So we need to stay woke and be vocal about it.
Okay, thank you for that input. And now, Brian, you need to come back this side.
Okay, thank you. So on that, the inclusivity, I want to talk about what is currently happening in Kenya.
If you can do it in like a minute. Yes.
I want to talk about what is currently happening in Kenya. In Kenya, what they do mostly is about PR. I'm sorry to say, what they do mostly is about PR. You will find that the people that are being included or called into these spaces are celebrities, TikTok content creators, who have absolutely no idea of what is happening. But because they need the PR, those are the people who are actually called upon to those tables. And having no idea or clue makes everyone presume that mayouth hatuna idea. The few people wameita huko for their own interests, wenye wameenda huko hawana idea ama hawana clue of what is happening, sasa wanaigeneralize. Mayouth tunaitanga hawana idea, and that is how the youth are actually being left out in most of the things.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. But I would like just to share with you a bit about the Interagency Technical Working Committee. Maybe not many of us know it, but in Kenya we have the Interagency Technical Working Committee on SDGs that is co-chaired by the State Department for Economic Planning and the SDGs Forum. And they are the ones who organize the annual conference, the one that we are preparing for now. And this particular recommendation is referring to that committee. And the space for young people in that committee is a space held by National Youth Council. So just so that we know and keep that in the back of our mind. So that is, the committee includes those two that I've mentioned, the State Department of Economic Planning, the SDGs Kenya Forum, and then there is KEPSA for private sector, and Kenya Association of Manufacturers. We have Council of Governors. We also have County Assemblies Forum. We also have the UN through UNDP and the Resident Coordinator. We also have the Media Council of Kenya. We also have, under the youth, I've told you we have National Youth Council. So that particular recommendation was speaking on that committee. Yes. Could you, please, before you speak, Brian, kindly pass the microphone to Sandra.
Maybe a question in terms of that recommendation. We have the National Youth Council, which is affiliated. It's a state what? It's state, right?
Yes.
Yes. So now the question would be, where's the space for youth-led CSOs or youth-led and youth-serving organizations? Because all of those agencies are more or less government, and if not, like, yes, we have SDGs Kenya Forum, we have the UN agencies, but where's the voice for youth-led organizations within that committee?
That is the question that this recommendation was addressing.
So it has still not been addressed. Do we have youth-led represented from youth, not from National Youth Council?
Okay, could you please give that recommendation again? What did you say?
I asked, the recommendation was around how do we have youth representation within that committee, right? But then, as you've described, the people, or rather the parties, the state parties that are there, it's majorly government and UN agencies, but I cannot, there's no voice for youth-led organizations within that technical working group. National Youth Council is a state agency or a state department, but where do we have like representatives from even organizations who are here or not here, but youth-led and youth-serving organizations, where is their place in that?
I actually share the same concern with you. So moving to the solution, what do you recommend?
We need to have representatives of local youth-led and youth-serving organizations within that technical working group.
All right.
Beyond National Youth Council, we need to have,
Okay.
yes.
All right. How many support that? Almost all of you, eh? All right. Let me just read a quick comment that I see from Muindi Maingi, who is online. He says the Interagency Technical Working Committee does not list youth-serving organizations or youth representatives as former members. He says, yes, I support the speaker. There is no publicly available evidence of a fixed mechanism or seat reserved for youth in that committee. So he says youth voice is often engaged via forums, workshops, and side events rather than embedded in the core governance structure of the Interagency Technical Working Committee. So the recommendation by Sandra, I believe, has been captured well. And at this point, I just want to allow only 3 more inputs, and then I'll welcome Ms. Florence, who is going to close for us. Yes, a quick one in a minute.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope there is misunderstanding when it comes to the National Youth Council. If you read the National Youth Council Act, it is not purely government the way people are seeing it, because it is written in the Constitution, it is semi-autonomous. That is the word. And that's why the National Youth Council normally conduct the rigorous elections from the grassroots to national level. That's the point that people need to take. Thank you.
Maybe you could introduce yourself again.
I'm Frederick Henderson from the National Youth Council, Department of Legal.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's hear from Geoffrey. Geoffrey, give the microphone to Geoffrey.
My name is Godfrey. I want to comment on my guy from NYC. I think, yes, you might be doing the election from the grassroots, but what she was trying to say, that the voices of the young people from the grassroots are not represented. Because most of the time, if there was a program, definitely the government is going to pick some few people from NYC. They don't care if they're into climate change and send them to that event. And the fact is, the young people from the grassroots level are never represented in your programs. Yes. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And then now we have the last one. I know it's a heated conversation. We have the last one, and then we welcome Ms. Florence. Please pass the microphone to Kenya and Mimi team here.
I know there is a rebuttal from NYC. I don't know if we can...
There is a what? Please allow me. Brian, bring the microphone to this side because of time. You had refused to talk that time, but now I see you are ready to talk. Oh, it's not you?
Thank you. For me, it's also a quick rejoinder to the fellow from NYC. So first, he's talked about NYC conducts elections. I would like him to clarify the last date when elections for the NYC were conducted from the grassroots level. And second, I'd like him to clarify where the capitation for the National Youth Council comes from. Because you can't say NYC is representing grassroots level, but capitation is coming from a different side. The person who funds you is the person who controls your agenda, etc. So in whatever the act says, in practice it's different. So that's what you're trying to point out. Thank you.
So let's give him a clap. So I want to be a man of my word. I promised that we'll give 3 last speakers, and that was the 3rd one. So at this point, please allow me, with respect to you and to me and to everyone's time, to welcome Ms. Florence Sivuo, who is the Executive Director of the SDGs Kenya Forum and has been following and supporting what we are doing today to take the stage. Florence, if you can hear me.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Please confirm.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. I've been following.
that happens at the end of the year. And this year, we have it coming up on the 26th to the 28th of November. We always have a youth delegation that comes forth. Of course, we're not able to bring all of you to the multi-stakeholder conference because of the limited numbers. But of course, it's always good to have representation that comes from these meetings, young people that can really speak on your behalf, but also can follow and also disseminate that which comes from this annual multi-stakeholder conference. I'd want to encourage you all to join online. The virtual links, normally there's virtual links when you can, for those who will not be able to be there physically. Please look out for the link, engage the conversations, be able to contribute. There's always opportunities for online contributions. There's always opportunities for you to submit even written submissions. And so this would be very, very important to all of you. For those who are going, please, we hope that you can represent the team very well. And of course, I've liked the fact that you've gone through recommendations from last year and also shaping recommendations for this year. And what I want to challenge you all is to ensure that we don't stop just by the recommendations. We don't stop from this meeting. I know all of you, different teams, different organizations, you have opportunities throughout the year, next year, even before the year ends, next year. When you're gathering, bringing together young people, let's reach out, let's come together, let's carry forward some of the recommendations, let's build on some of the work that has already been done. Because of course, the work that we are all doing is for all of us as a team. So let's not look at it as if this is just for the annual multi-stakeholder conference, but let's look at all the work that we are doing, be it on inclusion, disability inclusion, be it on health, be it on entrepreneurship, be it on education, be it on energy, all the different climate action, all the different good initiatives, innovations that you're carrying out or you're supporting, or maybe you're working in an organization or it's your initiative. Let's bring all these good ideas, all these good opportunities for as many young people to participate, but also to be aware. I would want us to really share information. Let's have a mailing list for I know some of you are already part of our mailing list, but those who are not, we encourage you to be part of our mailing list. We encourage you to be sharing information. Information is power. When you receive, be it job opportunities, be it events that are coming up, be it reports that have been released. Let's be active as young people. We want to really encourage you that you really take that opportunity to be active and also to keep the momentum, burning the whole year. Let's not stop, feeling like now we've gone for the annual conference until what next. For the forum, of course, we have a number of youth activities, engagements. We partner with a lot of you, most of you, and so we'll continue to do that. We commit to continue to doing those kind of engagements. We have our different cohorts, and I'm sure maybe Jamila, during maybe the opening remarks or during the conference you had about different programs or different engagements that we've been engaging in with a lot of you in the room. And so for those maybe we're engaging for the very first time, I really hope that we can continue and provide, a knowledge exchange platform for you all, where you can exchange information, you can, get to know what's happening, and then you can always be on top of things. I like somebody mentioned about the voluntary national reviews. Kenya most probably is slotted to do another VNR in 2027. And so we hope between now and then we can have a lot of content to showcase maybe the youth engagements. It will be just 3 years before the 2030 mark. And so it will be important for us as young people to really start shaping the next development agenda. Very soon you'll see conversations around maybe what will the next development agenda look like. I don't know how that will look like because that has not, some of those conversations have not started. But from the forum's perspective, we have launched a campaign, pre-launched the campaign, Race to 2030, but during the annual multi-stakeholder, we'll officially launch that campaign. And so we want to encourage you as young people to really be engaged in the Race 2030. It's a platform that gives you an opportunity for you to, as young people, to just showcase what it is that you're doing. What are your questions? I hear you have so many questions, you have so many concerns. I know some of you want to share some of the good initiatives or innovation that you feel can be prioritized on as a country. You want to, the issues of social accountability, how to hold accountable some of our, our governments and other stakeholders. There's the opportunity for us to do that through the Race 2030. And also the forum is always open to support as many of you with whatever innovation and initiatives that you'd want to do. Of course, resource constraints are always there, but we've been trying our best to bring you together when we can and also come up with innovations and innovative ways that do not maybe require resources. And I hope that we can continue with this kind of conversations. So as we go to the multi-stakeholder, I hope that this time around we can really come back with concrete actions and steps that can guide our engagement in 2026. I hope that we can showcase a stronger youth movement in this country, and we can continue to follow up on issues from an evidence perspective. Let's always speak from evidence. There's a lot of statistics and data that has been disseminated. I hope that most of you can invest in that statistics, just knowing what is happening where and when. The reports that are like the National Bureau of Statistics releases, a lot of other organizations are releasing on the different matters that you care about, whatever SDG that you're a champion of. There's always maybe reports, information, data, statistics that can really propel your work or can showcase evidence and can back up the things that you're saying or the things that you need to be advocating for. And so we want to encourage you to come from an evidence perspective. We want to encourage you to be bold and courageous as you pursue the things that you want to pursue as young people, and also to have the solidarity. Let us continue to come together as young people to really showcase our passion, but also the actions that are needed within our engagement. And lastly, let me thank FES. They are our host today. They've really supported the conferencing and the event. And so maybe a round of applause for FES. I'm testing if you guys are listening.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so thank you, FES and the team. Please pass our appreciation to your senior management. We really, really appreciate how you supported us. Without you, we would not have been able to have a physical meeting for this year's youth pre-conference. And all the other partners, everybody that has contributed, those that have brought their youth representatives to the conference, really, we want to thank you. Thank you so much. Let me also now thank our team from the forum, the hard work that you have done. Thank you for the planning. Thank you for executing the meeting. Thank you to the media team. Thank you to the rapporteur. Thank you to all of you. And I really, really want to appreciate the good work. And I'm confident that we'll continue to work together. We'll continue to showcase where youth voices matter, why inclusion matter, why it's important for us to not leave anybody behind. Thank you so much. Over and back to you, Arnold. Asante.
All right. Let's give Florence a good clap. Yeah, and lastly, thank you so much, Florence, as well. We recognize and appreciate your efforts in supporting youth engagement in SDGs across the country. So there is nothing left but to wish you all the best and hope that we can continue working together in advancing the SDGs. At this point, you are free to network and continue engaging. You can still access resources from this pre-conference via the link shared earlier. We shall also share a follow-up email in case you had not received it. You can access the photos and continue the conversation online, and remember the hashtag is MyYouthNa SDGs and Race to 2030. Thank you so much and all the best. And just an AOB, we have a community at Champions for SDGs Youth where we share information on SDGs and fun conversations around that. If you want to join that, then see my colleague Johnson, who is here. He'll give you this particular information sheet which you can scan and be part of it. Thank you so much and all the best. Mnapiga makofi ni kama mnaogopa kunipigia makofi. Thank you. And let's also clap for ourselves, most importantly. Hey. Asante sana. All the best and kwaheri.